All
All
right,
right.
guys. Go ahead, Rice. You lead us off.
No, no. I was waiting for you to lead us off, and then I was like, okay, he's not saying anything. Maybe I should do it. But I don't actually have that much to say other than, hello, everybody. Welcome to IPSL.
Yeah, man. We're doing Group C today, right? Pretty excited for this one. There's a lot of people that I personally know, like friends with in this group, so that automatically makes it more interesting for me. So I got a little bit of my feelings invested in this group today.
Yes, yes. I heard that Worst specifically wanted you to cast this group. So, of course, it's going to be featuring him, right?
Yeah, of
Maybe
course.
we can take a look at the brackets and just talk a little bit about what players we're expecting to see and maybe go through a bit of predictions.
Yeah.
All right. Here is the Liquipedia page in all of its glory.
Yeah, looking
What
good.
we're-
We got today we got Worst, SPX, Kame, and Nesh. Like I said, Worst a good friend of mine, Nesh also a pretty good friend of mine. Kame and SPX. Kame actually, I think it was you that I was casting with, right? That we kind of got to see a lot of his gameplay that day.
Oh,
So
yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
he
we'll get
like
the continuation.
blasted through his group, didn't he?
Yeah, he played really well, like really, really well. Oh, okay. So there is a chance. We haven't heard from SPX today, so there's a chance that Tarson might be replacing him. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. Tarson, though, another very strong Terran player, Polish Terran. So I think that's still a pretty decent sub for sure. Um, Hopefully
Mhm.
SPX does show up. I have heard that he pretty much never responds on Discord, so who knows what's going on with
Yes.
him.
Yeah. I don't know. He might be a busy man, but honestly, regardless of whether it's SPX or Tarson playing, I think we have an amazing group on our hands. I cannot wait to see Kame Zerg. I think Kame Zerg might be my personal favorite. Just because like we sort of watched, I'm like invested in his story, right? Like we
Exactly.
watched him go from like, oh, who is this guy? Like I've never heard of this guy to like, wait, he just like blasted everyone we thought was gonna like win that last initial group, right? So I'm excited to see what he has in store for us. But I do admit Nesh and Worst are very difficult opponents to face up against. So I don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. We're kind of known for being a bit of a PvZ specialist, and I've even seen him when he'll win PvZs and rage about it, but he's just very good at that matchup. And as far as his PvT goes, I feel like he's really stepped up. We actually did a bunch of kind of practice games the other day, and he played against like me, Wolfix, Sterling, a bunch of people. He went 8-0
Wow.
against all of us. Like he crushed us.
Whoa. Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, I guess he's on top of the group for for a reason, right? And he's a frequent like participant in CPL and everything. In fact, people have actually the old guys over at CPL have told me all about how he started off as like a tier 3 player, right? Just started off the game, right? And they watched him go from like tier 3, tier 2, tier 1, tier 0, just like improving so fast, right?
Mhm.
So I'm excited to see what he has in store for us. By the way, guys, um IPSL would not be possible without the support of our wonderful viewers, such as yourself. So if you want to go the extra mile and help keep the foreign Brood War scene alive, please consider donating to Platinum Esports using the exclamation mark support command. It'll take you to a link to their website where you can donate money to support IPSL. And by the way, $10 gets you access to all the replays from this tournament. So if there's any games that you missed or you'd like to study more in depth, you can do so and be supporting us in the process.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially as we get further along in the tournament, the quality of the games just keep going up and up and up, right? There's actually going to be a lot of good material for you to kind of study and learn
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. So
And
yeah,
I
there's
guarantee
actually
someone's going to pull like something really weird and like you're going to want to study that one. You're going to be like, "Oh, okay, maybe I should keep that build in my pocket to use in CPL, which is, starting up now, right?"
yeah,
So,
and funny that you
super
mentioned that
exciting.
because even today, for instance, we have Nesh. Okay, Nesh Nesh likes his weird builds, especially TVZ. He can do some pretty funky stuff. So if you like weird stuff or you wanna watch games like that or study something like that, Nesh might actually give us something to look out for there.
Dude, I cannot wait. I mean, I'm gonna be studying Nesh for sure. I have to prove to some of the haters that my TVZ isn't as bad as they think it is. So if he pulls out some weird builds against like Kame or something like that, I am excited to see.
Yeah, yeah, and he might. Like I said, I've seen him do some strange stuff. It's kind of like a skill check kind of a thing. He's pretty good at the weird stuff. So yeah, we'll see what he has in store for us today for sure.
Hmm. Let's talk a little bit about the map pool. So I understand that our best of ones are going to be played on Radeon. Remind me, what exactly is the format for these round of 16 groups that
I
we're
believe it's
testing?
I believe it's the first set is going to be all best of one, and then it's best of three after that, and then we'll do the interviews and stuff after for the qualifying players.
Okay, that's the same as ASL, right?
I think it's slightly different because I think the losers match is best of one in ASL, right? Uh,
I don't remember.
oh,
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, so I'm being informed that we are doing the same thing, or doing the same format as ASL round of 16 for our round of 24. So, and I'm pretty sure in ASL it is loser bracket best of threes. So,
all
yeah.
right. But yeah, the nice thing about the best of one being on Radeon, in my opinion, Radeon is I kind of mentioned this before last time. I think it's a relatively balanced map. So it's just kind of a fair map for best of one, I think. So I kind of like that call.
Yeah, Radeon might is definitely one of the more standard maps. I don't know if it the I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to rate the quote unquote standard maps on a scale from more standard to less standard, but I
Right.
do feel like Radeon is more standard than even like knockout or yeah.
It begs the question, is fighting spirit considered the ideal standard because it's been around since the beginning of time?
I feel like it's considered standard, but I would not call it ideal. That is not the word I would use to describe fighting spirit.
Yeah, yeah,
No. I mean,
yeah.
it's just so old though. Like it just keeps it fighting spirit, it just keeps popping up. It's like what is that arcade game where you have a hammer and they're like moles or something and they just like keep popping up? That's fighting spirit. It just keeps coming back.
It's going to be around until the end of time. Like, honestly, we'll be in our 60s talking about playing on fighting spirit still. I guarantee it.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I can see it. Yeah. Well, at the very least, fighting spirit. You know what? As much as I hate fighting spirit, it's still considered pretty standard. So we're not gonna play any like super weird maps, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Although I do like Screaming Sea, unironically, but a lot of people don't like it because it's different. But I think it's a good
Honestly, I
map.
kind of like it too. I'm not gonna lie. I
Yeah,
think Screaming Sea might be my favorite like weird map so far, and I think it's mostly because I get to go command center first. That might be the only reason.
yeah. Well, it's funny you mentioned that because my last ladder game, I decided I'll go 13 CC and I got proxy ARAC, so it didn't work out super well.
Okay.
But I also agree. I do like the early CC builds, and yeah, I just kind of like the. It's like weird, but not like unplayable weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
It's
like
not
you
like
got to think about
Monty
it.
Hall level
Exactly.
of weird,
Yeah.
but yeah. It
Exactly.
is a good amount of, like, different. Like, you can do some, like, wacky builds with it. The map is, like, laid out in a funky way where you have some weird plays that you could do. The islands also make it very interesting, right? Like, you can go for more dropship heavy play,
Hmm.
uh, like, float your buildings over and that kinda stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I like it as well. I have to agree. Uldamuk is, pretty good.
Yeah. And we saw in ASL too. We got some Carrier versus Zerg gameplay. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but definitely some exciting stuff going on over there.
Wait, Carrier versus Zerg? When did that happen?
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to go any more in depth than that. Just at some point, you're going to see some carriers versus Zerg. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
In
I'm
case you haven't
excited.
seen it yet. Yeah.
I have not. I'm excited though. I always thought carriers were like remember I like aren't Scourge considered quote unquote carrier killers? This is like one of the things I remember from childhood. Like I'll like go on Wikipedia when I was like 10 years old and I'll look up Scourge or something or I'll like see an article about like how to play like Zerg versus Protoss and it's like Scourge are the carrier killers. You need 5 Scourge to kill a carrier or something like that.
Yeah, Scourge are
So,
definitely good against carrier. The issue is when they pair a bunch of Corsair with the carrier. That's when it starts getting kind of dicey.
oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be on the lookout for that. That would be
Yeah, there's a lot of air control dynamic with ZVP specifically that a lot of people don't know about because you just don't see in that matchup. Like Corsair obviously very good against Scourge when you're pairing them with the Mutant to kind of cancel the Scourge, but then on the counter side, Devour amazing against Corsair. You start stacking up on the Corsair, Muta come in and absolutely dumpster Corsair. Um, yeah, so you get to see a lot of the cool stuff sometimes with the air battles.
do you think we're gonna see anything weird with worst versus Kame?
Um, I don't really remember what Kami's ZVP style is like. I don't think it's anything too
I think
crazy.
it's like a little bit odd,
It's
if
like
I recall
odd,
correctly,
right?
but it's not like it's like off meta, but not that different from standard, like if
Yeah,
I
exactly.
remember.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. And worst on the other end, I'm pretty sure is a very straightforward standard PvZ player. He just plays very solid. Kind of like Bonnet, I feel like when I think of players like that, like
Oh
Bonnet, if he
yeah.
thinks he's the better player, will just play the kind of the same strong standard style over and over again. Worst kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Well, I guess we won't be seeing any carrier Corsair coming out of worst, I imagine.
Probably not today. We
Ah,
can hope though.
unfortunate. But you know what? Like, given the kind of odd play style that Kame plays, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some like pretty funky, pretty scrappy games. And that's the kind of stuff I'm excited to see.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to some StarCraft with these guys.
All right, we're gonna be getting
Yeah.
into our first game now. Spawning on the bottom left, we have our Terran player. It is 10-0. Who is that?
That's Nesh 10-0. It's a meme. I can talk about it here in a minute for you guys.
Okay. All right. Introduce the other player, and then tell me.
All right, in the top left, we have our Protoss player, Worst. And yes, that is his actual webcam. He is a literal skeleton. A lot of people don't know that about Worst.
All right. Tell me about 10-0. What does that mean?
All right, while we're going through the early game, I'll tell you guys a little bit of a short story here. All right.
Okay.
So you guys probably know Moonrai and Sterling, right?
Yeah.
Moonrai's he's a bit infamous in our group as Moonrai. So we have a soundbite where I was streaming a kind of a show match. These guys were just playing against each other a bunch, and it started getting a little bit heated. They started arguing. Okay, and at
Okay.
one point, Sterling said he was going to at some point 10-0 Moonrai, and we got a sound clip or a soundbite that we play out of it all the time where you hear Moonrai going, "You're not ever gonna 10-0 me, bro. Not ever."
Okay.
And then Sterling proceeded to beat him 10 times in a row.
No. Rest in
So
peace. Pouring one out for my bro Moonrai.
yeah. So that's where this meme comes from.
Yeah, now it will haunt him. Now everybody knows the story.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Nesh is Nesh, also known as 10-0 mockingly, is going something pretty standard here. We see the barracks slightly off what is it, center? that's like kind of an interesting SimCity placement that I've been seeing a lot of really good players do recently, right? So the way I normally do the SimCity is like the barracks and the command center are aligned, and that's how I see most people do it. But recently, I've been seeing this kind of off-center thing going on. Do you know what's with that?
I don't actually, honestly, like, I'm trying to think about it. There must be something with pathing or something about it, because looking at it, to me, I don't see any value or like advantage gained from that. So it's hard for me to say what it is they're doing that for.
Yeah. I was just wondering, because I've seen a lot of people do that recently, right? Like, it's not just Nesh. It's like, I've watched pros do it. I've seen, like, people in, like, I'm pretty sure I've seen someone in IPSL do it as well. Like, well, okay, that's interesting. He's going for the double supply depot barracks SimCity, which is always nice because it makes for 2 marine holes. Maybe that's why the barracks is a little bit off center, because he wants to align the depot. But the first zealot is already across the map. 2 marines are out. If Nesh micros this, he shouldn't take too much damage, especially now that the factory is finished.
Yeah, you got it rewarded a little bit for going this. He likes to do 11 factory, right? So the factory is going to be able to finish in time. And we only got 1 swipe off so far on these marines, so pretty good control here so far from Nesh. And this zealot has to leave because this vulture is going to be popping out. I guess he's going to continue to try and get damage because we did go 2 zealot. But now this chases these zealots and tries to get the damage down. And I imagine, is that a goon coming across the center right now? Yeah, so it's going to be that goon. So Nesh did need to make an extra depot. It looks like he's a little bit late on that, because you have to continue marine production if you're going to retake your low ground here.
Wow, Worst is playing this very aggressively. 2 zealots, a goon, and a probe are now across the map. Nesh is going to be forced to retreat back up the ramp. There is no way he's going to get a CC down with this amount of pressure being put on him. But I think he's already starting to build his first tank, so it's going to come down to the micro and just how much damage Worst can get done with this attack before the tank comes out. Oh my god, all the Marines have already died here. This is a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it's okay for Nesh. I can't believe he sent his vulture out on the map instead of keeping it home to deal with the zealots. It's pretty brave of Nesh, but I think overall, like, he lost the Marines, he has to remake the Marines. This is kind of a pain. He needs to make a bunker, probably before his CC now, to comfortably do it. But Worst does know that there's this vulture out on the map, so he might not be super comfortable. And, okay, we are going to go CC before bunker, even though we had the 500 minerals, but I think that's fine. Gonna come in here with the vulture.
Marines. So, I'm not sure if the bunker is going to do a whole lot for now.
Yeah, that's true. I guess he was confident with the vulture being out, but we have 2 goons here at the front, so this is a little bit dangerous for Nesh, especially with range being done on these vultures. Or, sorry, on these goons. And just going to snipe off that SCV and back up for now. But he doesn't want to overcommit because he doesn't know exactly when the mine time is going to be. It's a little bit off because we did go tank before mine, and he saw that the mines didn't start. So he knows he's got a little bit more time than normal, because normally being out on the map like this is not safe.
Yeah, mine's still not done for the Terran. He tried to sneak the vulture into the main base, but doesn't quite get it. 2 goons more than enough to deal with that. And we see Protoss now going for robotics facility, doing their standard sort of build. So after that, like, very heavy pressure in the early game, it seems like both players have mostly stabilized, and they're just going to go into their regularly scheduled mid-game build.
Yeah, Nesh going to throw down these defensive mines because he doesn't know if it's DT or not. Also maybe hoping to bait these goons into it, which would be really nice for him, because the thing is, by losing that vulture, Worst can kind of rally a bunch of his units across the map now. And here we go. He is actually going to get baited in that mine and take a decent mine shot, but it did hit him at range, so it wasn't the worst. We didn't lose that goon, luckily enough.
Oh, he's so lucky. That goon looks like it was at 1 HP, but good job on the retreat and good reflexes from our Protoss player. Definitely, if he wasn't, like, moving backwards, that goon would be dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a little bit of luck with the kind of the detonation there. So, would have losing the goon, but the thing for Worst that feels so good right now is he killed the vulture and he knows nothing else is out on the map, right? So he can just very comfortably keep his units across the map right here and take us third, things like that. Doesn't have to worry about mines blocking anything. So this is a very, very comfortable situation for Protoss.
Yeah, the Nexus is already down and the wall is up. This is all very standard timing for Protoss. He's gonna, go into the mid game very comfortably, but I'm interested to see what sort of playstyle he's gonna go for afterwards. Is it gonna be mass shuttle? Is it gonna be straight into arbiters or even carriers? Honestly, though, like I feel like Radeon isn't the best map for carriers just because of how open it is. You kind of have to micro the carriers around, like purely around the edges. But I have seen players pull it off before. They're just like really strong.
Yeah, it can be strong against that the natural third base position for Terran here. Is like a very good position for the carriers, kind of that dead space between the spots there on the 9 o'clock position. But yeah, I do think carriers on this map can be good, can be bad. Again, it kind of depends on the positioning. But when I think of worst, I think more of a shuttle style player. He can go into carriers. I've seen him do it plenty of times before. But when I think worst, I think shuttles and Reaver control. But I think we actually skipped Reaver this game, which is kind of surprising because I feel like he's a Reaver lover.
Yeah, maybe wants to keep it standard, keep it straightforward in the first game. Reavers are really strong if you can use them properly, but it's also like very easy to lose if you like don't pay attention for a split second or your reaction time isn't fast enough or maybe you misclick something. So I can see a lot of players, like especially in game number 1, they just want to do something fairly straightforward to warm up.
Yeah. And that makes sense. And Worst is also kind of infamous for losing his Reaver turrets. So I just want to be avoiding that.
Yeah. You don't want to start off your game like that, right? Like it's, oh my gosh, that's just so painful.
To put into perspective how bad Worst is about it, we were playing Team Melee Micro Macro yesterday, and he was literally only microing, and he still lost it to a turret.
No, to a turret?
Yeah, to a turret, not to Goliath, to a single turret.
Man, I don't know why he wanted you to cast. You're like revealing all of his deepest, darkest secrets here. Like we didn't see him like miss micro anything yet, but we're just like, by the way, guys, he keeps losing his Reaver to turrets. Oh my god, he's gonna take the bottom right corner base. What a Protoss move.
I think for now this is just a spotter pylon because we see that probe running away, but it can be super annoying if Protoss gets that cross spawn main first as Terran, because then it's like if they go that into like top right or something, it's like you have to push up a high ground to take your next bases if you get into split map. So it doesn't look like he is going to be expanding there, luckily for Nesh. But yeah, it can be so annoying to play against. And yeah, here we go. Now we're getting our shuttles.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that's one of those plays where it's like high risk, high reward. If the Terran like spots it and they know how to deal with it, then it's a bit of a wasted, resources. But if you get it up and you have gateways there, like all of a sudden the game is yours. Like,
yeah,
it's just so hard to push into like a corner base as Terran.
Yeah, you don't ever want to be pushing up ramps if you don't have to.
So Terran advancing forward. Oh my god, the shuttle! Oh my... Okay. I thought he was going to lose it. I thought the prophecy was going to come alive, but honestly, like, even though he, like, microed the Reaver away and kept that alive, he lost a lot of goons that I think he really didn't need to lose there. Yeah, so this is a big exchange for Terran.
But yeah, like you said, he lost a lot of the guns. That shuttle's low too, which is a problem because it's kind of unusable now, right? Like it's so low on HP and it's gonna have 2 Reavers in it. This is like super scary for Worst.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, even if it regenerates all the shields, like this is like 2 volleys of Goliath shots away from death, basically.
Yeah.
So he's got to be really careful with that shuttle now, but he can't afford to not use it. We see the shuttle, coming in. Good shot on the Reaver, but the shuttle goes down. Not before the Reaver does a ton of damage, killing every Goliath. Yeah. And Protoss is forced to retreat, once again taking a decent amount of damage.
Nesh at least retaining a decent bit of his tank count, but you're not super happy with this as Terran. The free goon is nice, of course, but
it's always nice.
Is this 6 fact for Nesh? Okay, no, it's just 5. So it's just 5 fact, and that's CC. There's a 6 fact coming down, but these are just the additional factories for taking the base. So this isn't some like big push from Nesh anymore. I think he's just happy to take this base, and we'll probably retreat back and take our 3rd now.
Yeah, I think as Terran, once you kill like that many units, you're pretty happy just like, moving on to the next part of your plan without really thinking too much. Protoss only has 4 bases here, so if you can get your third set up, that puts you in a pretty good position.
Yeah, economy-wise, Nesh is in pretty good shape, right? Like you said, he's getting his third base as the fourth base is starting to saturate. This is completely fine for Terran. He even caught a few of the pros with those vultures, which is nice. We'll see how fast Worst transition to this corner base, and what his tech is going to be. Is it going to be Arbiter follow-up? He usually does like to do Arbiters behind this, but no, it looks like we're just sticking to kind of as like soft shuttle style. We're not like super heavy on the shuttles either. We're just kind of gateway men with. Okay, there we go. 2 shuttles.
Yeah, this is sort of the mass shuttle style I think you were talking about earlier. 2 shuttles are already on the map, dropping zealots, but none of the tanks are sieged. But this might end up still being like a pretty good exchange for Protoss. I mean, none of the tanks not being sieged means they don't take damage to the zealots, but they also don't deal any damage, to the incoming Protoss army. So this is actually a disaster. Nesh is going to be forced out of this position here.
Yeah, this is amazing for Worst. We're resetting a ton of the tank count. We are dislodging this third base in the meantime. Gonna get one more big reverse shot here on top of these tanks, and maybe one last one with his dying breath does pick off a tank, and Nesh is gonna get pushed all the way back into his natural. We're gonna bleed off every single tank we have, and Worst, I think, smartly gonna back off here because you don't really need to continue pressing at this point. Into the tanks, into the mines, things like that. You're super happy. You're gonna make sure we don't run into these mines on our retreat. And a bunch of Zealots going to come down. And I think from here, he's just going to kind of continue containing him on the 2 bases best he can, right? Like next time Nesh comes out, he just breaks it again. And this sucks so much for the Terran player because we have to rebuild that entire tank count. And look at Protoss' supply, right? Like, how do we ever retake our third now?
Yeah, Worst is in an absolutely commanding position here. He has the whole map. There's like basically no mines anywhere. He's cleared all of them. And now he's going to force Terran to push into his third, right? Like, Terran's not set up anymore. So, like, this is so difficult for Terran to do, especially now that there's, like, basically no tanks here.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to slow crawl, take us third. In the meantime, Worst is going to be taking his fifth. And now as Protoss, I mean, you're taking your fifth corner base before they've got their third base mining. We're really, really happy now for Worst.
Nesh is going to try and move up here once again. The Vultures moving on ahead to lay mines, but unfortunately the Protoss army is ready and has completely cleared all of them, making it a bit of a wasted effort here. Unfortunately, there is only 3 tanks, so this army might actually just get wiped out right here and there. Right here and now, I mean.
I think so. I mean, we got additional zealots coming from the right side. They're flooding in through here on the left, and we're going to get on top of these tanks, reset the tank out one more time, push them back. And like I said, we're just continuing to grow very well on the other side of the map while doing this. And it's kind of what I meant, right? Like, when you lose all those tanks, it's so long before we can actually retake this third again. I'd almost say, like, go triple add-on and just pump as many, like, spend all of your gas on tanks because you have to get that rebuild and just slow take the third. But the part about it that sucks is, like, as Nesh, you also know you're on a timer because if you take too long, then Protoss is going to get too big, right? So it's just such a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, Terran is really running out of options here. He is really in a hurry to try and retake that base, but he also can't take it too fast. I feel like at this point it might even be like the game is kind of over and the Terran just like has a couple more hurrahs left in him before he has to call it quits. But here we go. The command center has landed again. So he does have a bit of breathing room. He's able to, set up his units into the correct positions, but I don't know. Worst at 180 supply. I'm not sure there is any universe in which Terran can, eke a win out of that, especially with all the shuttles that are flying around as well.
Yeah, we got 4 shuttles. We're building our first turret, right? Like, we don't really have a way to deal with the shuttles. There's no Goliath. We got 1 turret that's going to be ready for this next bust. And I think we're probably going to see that GG. Okay, we got a few more Goliaths joining up at least. But it kind of like, I want to hype it as a caster, but we're kind of just going through the motions now. We've seen this a lot. It's so hard for Terran to play from here.
Yeah, I mean, Worst could realistically just throw his entire army here, and it would still not be like... Oh my god, he
man.
actually drops into the natural here. This double Reaver drop actually doing a ton of damage. 14? Is that 14 kills in total? 13?
Yeah, we killed a lot because we were like 130 supply.
Oh my god, there's like... Oh, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. This is so annoying as Terran.
Yeah. That Spain even gets one more tank before it goes down. Great value from Worst, and plays like that are also really good. When you have this like huge eco lead that SCV has 2 kills, that's kind of wild actually. But yeah, like when you're at this stage as Protoss, and it's like Terran does have this like really strong setup in their front. We see like this really thick minefield setup. A really good thing to do is these kind of shuttle drops, right? But it looks like we're maybe gearing up to attack into this front. And we'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah, we're going straight into the attack here. The Zealots instantly clearing all the mines. High Templar being run in manually, not even coming out of the shuttle. Big storms here, going to finish off the rest of these tanks. And I don't know, this kind of looks like the end to me.
Yeah, it's an almost hold from Worst, but if you from Nash, but if you look at the bank, it's a lot worse than you think, right? There's not a lot of units left over for Worst, and I think he's going to be able to push this back. But it's going to be another like max supply slamming into him very soon, and our main and natural is going to be mining out relatively soon as well as Nash.
Yeah, I feel like the main issue here is that this base is completely exposed. I'm actually pretty surprised Protoss didn't just like come in from the left-hand side and just like just demolish that base, but I guess he wanted to finish off that army first.
Yeah, we're a Protoss player. We play like a man. We just slam into it head on.
But okay, you know what? Nesh does actually clean that up. So this is actually a decent victory for him. I'm not sure if it'll turn the game completely, but that engagement wasn't actually the best for Protoss. It was a little bit wasteful.
I agree. I completely agree. I think forcing the matter when you're really far ahead is fine, as long as it's not like too bad.
What?
As long as it's not a donation. And here we go. So this is also a Worst classic. When it's like, hey, I've won the game and you're not leaving, I'm going to troll you now. This is like Worst 101.
Worst 101. He's gonna come in here and steal one of the SCVs. It's just gonna be a storm drop. Devastating. This is
my god. Wow. We actually killed every one of them.
Yeah, that was a clean wipe of the mineral line. I've actually it's been a long time since I've seen something like that, honestly. Like, you think that like Storm like does like 1 billion damage, right? So obviously it'll kill everything, but SCVs are surprisingly tanky and they move pretty fast. And a lot of these players are really good at just like instantly reacting to storm drops. But yeah, that was a complete wipe.
Yeah, like you said, it's usually it's usually the second drop, right, that kills all your SCVs, and the first one softens them up. But yeah, Worst had really well placed Storm and a lot of it to chase those SCVs around, fully clears up. And now sitting here in the middle, we're at 87 supply, trying to take the 6 o'clock base. I appreciate and respect the heart. As Terran players, we kind of all have this habit. It's probably a bad habit where it's like we know the game's over, but we are on mech. We're getting upgrades. Maybe we can win anyway.
To be fair to Nesh, though, if Worst takes another fight as bad as the one before, and then he takes another fight as bad as the one before, I can see Nesh coming back.
Yeah, I mean, Worst doesn't have the biggest bank. He is going up to 7 to 8 bases now.
Yeah. This is a totally, like, you know, I don't want to say winnable position, because it's like, this is like a 1 position for Protoss, right? Like, he could literally just, like, kill the third for free, because there's literally nothing there. But he's instead choosing to fight the army.
Yeah. This happens a lot of times because when you have bad scenarios as Terran, a lot of them can be salvaged via... Dude, those mines just did not want to give up. A lot of them can be salvaged by split map, okay? You get the 3-3 upgrades, you slow take the map, there's a lot of games you can win that you shouldn't have won by doing this. So this kind of, it's not a bad thing to try. It can just look bad when you don't know, what the game state is. But here we go. Huge fight coming in here in the middle. D-Matrix going to come down. Shuttles flying in. We got some...
Mind control on the tanks.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see the mind controls come down. I guess the color doesn't really show super well in the tanks there. But yeah, a few mind controls coming down. And I mean, Nesh barely maybe gonna hold. It's so close.
Yeah, this is actually really close, but the couple storms that are left might finish off these remaining tanks here. The two on the right side are still alive, though. They're a little bit far from the main fight, but with the reinforcements here, like, I mean, we just need like 2 or 3 more fights to go this poorly, and Terran's back in the game, man.
I mean, Nesh, he's not giving up, man. He's going to keep fighting it out of respect at it. I mean, we've got the 4th base secured. We cleared on their army. Worst bank has been depleted. Nesh, unfortunately, only at 80 supply. Are we working towards 3-3? I mean, do we believe it all? We do have +3 on the way.
Let's take a look. I don't know. So it doesn't look. It looks okay. Once again, Protoss is not in a winning position. Protoss has won, but it is still throwable, and I feel like that is kind of what Nesh is counting on right now.
Yeah. I mean, it is unironically a way to play against certain Protoss players, right? Is you just sit there and hope that they throw everything away. And there's something you pointed out earlier that actually is a really big deal. Nesh has nothing defending that 3rd. He is all in on defending 6 o'clock and just praying the worst only fights him here. And it's kind of working out for him.
It's working basically exactly according to plan. I mean, look, Worst is going to attack through this defensive position once again and just like trades 4 zealots for like 3 mines. Like, I don't know. I feel like I keep saying this, but he's already won. Like, it's mate in 2, and he's just not going for the checkmate.
Yeah, I mean, Nesh is doing a good job of kind of setting up his minefields and like holding on. I mean, we have more supply than we had earlier. Okay. So we're kind of making it happen. We still have access to the bottom right corner, but we need like a clean fight. That's the problem. He needs one clean fight so he can expand again.
All right, once again, Worst is going to try and attack into this position. This time, though, it's looking a lot better for him. Terran just might not have enough supply to deal with something like this. The Zealots are already on top of the tanks, and now that this army is sort of finished, I think Nesh is going to GG at this point.
Yeah, Worst finally breaks through this position and gets on top of his eco. Worst gonna be down to just 1 base mining, losing a bunch of the SCVs. Lost all of his army yet again, and even a mine drag from the Templar gonna take out a tank.
Oh my god.
And GG, not quite gonna be called. Worst gonna take the first game and move on to that winner's match. But what a hard fought defense there from Nesh from a game that looked over like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, if I was a Terran in that position and I saw he went Dark Archon and just like did not like, I don't know, like that, especially that one fight where I had like or not me, because I obviously didn't play, but where like Nesh had like that perfect, defensive setup outside of the natural, just kind of poking out.
Mm-hmm.
And Protoss traded like basically all his units into my units and didn't even touch my 3rd. Like,
Yep.
I would be there thinking like, okay, this game is winnable because Protoss just wants to fight my army all the time.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of the best case for Nesh to maybe mount a comeback, but there was just too much of an economic difference after his army got reset and dislodged that 3rd a couple times for Nesh to be able to make that comeback. But like I said, I appreciate the effort. I think it was a valiant effort for sure. Made Worst work for it more than Worst would have liked to. So we'll call it a mental victory, okay, for the Terran player.
Yeah, I mean that was like pretty jokes though, seeing the Dark Archons. I know you missed it, but I was looking for it. I was watching the Dark Archons and seeing like which tanks they were going to mind control. But yeah, they did mind control 2 of them that were like sort of close to the center.
Yeah, I do want to point out too. I love the worst. Nesh didn't GG's the worst setted for him after the game was over.
After the
That's like
game
the
was
most
over.
worst. It's the most worst thing. I respect it. Coming. So guys, we have right now it looks like SPX did not show up, so there's gonna be Tarson subbing in for SPX. So we're gonna get Tarson versus Kame next. Which is nice. You know, I like Tarson. He's a very, like I said, a very strong Polish player. I think he's a reasonable replacement for SPX. It's not really a downgrade in level play at all. Like I said before, I think you were here, right, Sat, when I talked about it. Tarson, you know, did beat Bonnet 3 times in a row, so it's not like he's a slouch on the right day.
Yeah, wasn't actually wait, now that I'm like recalling, was Tarson not the person we were hyping up in that group stage, but he got but he didn't
Blasted.
end up making it out?
Yeah, it was kind of funny. That's kind of what I was. That's why I threw in the if it's the right day, because apparently Tarson can be pretty hit or miss. It's not that he did poorly. It's just I know he can play better than what he showed us on that day.
Well, I mean, I can't wait for the rematch. That makes for some interesting storyline as well. Like, see if he can redeem himself after I believe, yeah, he lost to Kame.
It was Kame. That's actually true. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, it was Tarson versus Kame to begin with. So maybe a chance for redemption here for sure.
Can't wait. Absolutely cannot wait for this. We'll see if he can redeem himself. I'm like trying to remember how the games went.
Yeah, Kame showed us some different stuff. I actually don't remember the specifics either. I just remember I was like really impressed with Kame's approach to the game. I wish I could remember off the top of my head, but it was unique. That's kind of the thing. It was like some minor adjustments that you don't see very often.
Yeah, it was like off meta, but it was like kind of tailored to like how your opponent would expect you to play or something. Like it just like optimally worked. Like it's definitely punishable, I think, but
Yeah.
it just like worked out really well.
Yeah, so I'll definitely be interested. You know, like I said, we kind of followed the story of Kame together. I guess we're in this. We need to make sure we're always together for the Kame games, I guess, because this is officially our storyline now that we're following.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see this. All right, looks like both players are present. So we're just going to get them both into the game. We are, of course, playing on Radeon. Once again, that is our best of 1 map. Since this is a best of 1, I kind of wonder if Kame is going to pull something weird once again, like maybe a little bit off meta, maybe some kind of off timing, like something to just throw him off and get that kind of free win. That
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, sorry. Tarson's name is like free win. So I'm just like that those words immediately popped into my brain. Get a free win.
All right, looks like a little bit of drama happening with that first game. It's exciting stuff. But all right, here we go. Spawning in the bottom right, we have our Zerg player Kame. And his opponent in the bottom left, our Terran player from Poland, we have Tarson. Yeah, Tarson is the camless player here. Seems like we're going to get one per series.
Well, I mean, we're going to get like in the next like 2 series, we're going to get 2 cameras and 2 non-cameras. Which is unfortunate for the non-camera ones.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what can you do? I guess some people are just too shy. I don't know.
Yeah, some people just don't like turning on their webcams. So we can all see how they react when they're tilted. You telling me you don't want to show the entire world like your face when you like get ling rushed or something?
Exactly. Right. I love it when people are watching me be emotional. Like, what more could I possibly want?
All right, so we see Tarson going for a wall off on Radeon. I guess is so I'm pretty sure in the newer version of Radeon, it doesn't let you wall off like the way you would normally want to, right? Like,
Yeah,
um,
you can't full wall. Yeah.
yeah, which is a little bit unfortunate for us Terrans, but it is what it is, and that would sort of, yeah. I guess people are saying like wall off is too strong, wall off is too strong. In my opinion, why not just four pool?
A great question, Rysat. Um, yeah, everybody should just always four pull, huh?
Not always, but
No,
you
always.
know, enough to make the Terrans not want to wall off, right? Like they're maybe instead of like having the map maker decide you can't wall off, why don't you make the Terran decide they can't wall off by four pulling them every once in a while?
Hmm, true. But you know, a four pull against a wall isn't a guaranteed win.
That is fair. I have seen ASL players pull off a four pull defense after walling off.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It is popular conception that you can't wall off against four pull.
Yeah. 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 I
You got
lost
no
the game
answer for
recently.
me?
I
It's
lost
just,
the game
yeah, why don't you
recently.
just wait, what is this?
Yeah, this is a bait. I don't know what that depot is supposed to do for us. That it doesn't really help with the pathing.
Wait, does that work?
No, it doesn't. It's open and open on both sides of the depot, so it doesn't really do much for
Oh,
you.
okay.
You can stick. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I can't think of any reason you would want the depot there, personally. To me, it's like more annoying to defend against the mutas later. That's the way it feels to me.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. I actually think it, the wall might be better without it.
Yeah, you kind of hurt your own surface area a little bit, but to each their own. What I was gonna say about Radeon 2 with the walling, so you kind of see how it is here. Like we have two holes, right? On the side of the wall for
Yeah.
the bottom spawn here. On the
Yeah.
top side, you can build the depot above it, right, to get the block so that there's only one gap. And the reasoning behind it, the reason they do that is because on the bottom side, your marines spawn on the correct side of the wall, and on the top side, it doesn't. So, like, that was their way of kind of evening it out a little bit.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, when I spawn on like the top side, like I never wall off. Like it's just what? Okay, double factory from the Terran here. Is this mech? Are we going into mech Goliath build?
Yeah, this will be Goliath, 100%. We'll keep an eye on if he wants to go like 5-fact Goliath or something like that. That'll be kind of the next step here. But Kame should be kind of aware of this because his barracks has not been blinking for so long now. So if he's paying attention, he should recognize this is not bio.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, that's sort of the drawback of, I guess, walling off is if you're trying to do something like mech, it's pretty obvious to see whether or not you're going bio or mech just from like the barracks blinking in the wall. You don't even need like to sneak lings in or like an overlord or anything like that. You just need to keep an eye out for if the barracks is producing.
So there is a thing you can do if you want to mind game your opponent, where you keep two Marines queued at all times, and you always cancel the one that's building, so that it just shows that it never stops blinking, and it makes it look like you never stop making Marines, even though you're
That's so
making zero.
smart. Oh, that is so smart. Kind of like that.
It's like never used, but I've seen someone do it, and I've seen it completely trick their opponent. So something to keep in mind as an option. You do have to be on top of it so you don't accidentally make Marines, but yeah, it can be good if they're watching.
All right, so the first mutas are starting to pop for Kame here. Only 3 so far, so this is actually a very light mutaflock, but I remember Kame did do something like this
Yeah.
the first time around. But here we go. The vultures are already starting to pop out. Oh my god, did they just like completely go past the mutas?
Our turrets are late. This is kind of a pain. We're actually really lucky that Kame... And you're right. I do remember Kame did this where he did this weird, more eco, less mutas type thing. But here we go. The Goliath's going to come out now. The turret's going to finish up. And here we go. Speed Vulture's getting into the main. This could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is already a disaster for Zerg. We only have 2 mutas back at home. A third one joining in here, but there's not going to be nearly enough to kill these vultures before like insurmountable levels of damage are done. I think he wiped out an entire mineral line here.
Oh, but its dying breath gets that last shot too. That is insane damage. Kame just lost so many drones for just those 4 vultures. So now he's going to try to get this counter damage, but we should have a decent number of Goliath on the other side of the map. And if he doesn't find many SCVs, he is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I feel like Tarson really played to the player here. If that makes any sense, right? Because if he remembered from that last game, he only built like a couple mutas, so he was just like, you know what? Like if I go for like 4 speed vultures, he can't kill my vultures fast enough with the amount of mutas that he typically builds. So that was actually a very smart play here from Tarson, and that might have actually won him the game.
Yeah, if this was a heads-up play for Kame style, very, very smart by Tarson, but yeah, a lot of drone damage going down. Kame is going to be on recovery right now. He's not adding any more mutas. He's just all drones. But there is going to be a very scary Goliath timing now, where he could force a lot of Sunkens out of Kame, and Kame's just not going to have the economy that he wants to do that.
Yeah, honestly, Terran even kind of getting away with having a lower number of turrets than you're supposed to. Just the knowledge that your opponent isn't going to build that many mutas. But no, you're right. Like now that he's, sufficiently punished it, Zerg is just going to get more and more behind because it's like, well, you can't just like not build Sunkens, right? Like just go full eco, try to recover, because if you do that, you literally die. So Zerg just has no choice but to fall further and further behind and just basically pray for a miracle.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to get the move out with the Goliath. And this is scary for Kame. I mean, he hasn't been building much mutas, really. He's just all in on drones trying to recover at this point. And yeah, this muta count not going to be able to fight these mutas or these Goliath at all. Actually, we're only at 5 mutas right now, so yeah, he's going to have to make a bunch of Sunkens at both of these bases, and that alone would be plenty of damage.
Yeah, but he hasn't even started building like one. I don't know. This could easily be the end of Kame if he doesn't hurry up and get his defenses in order. Tarson even bringing the Maroons with him just to get that little bit of extra firepower. He's really going for the kill.
Yeah, Kame might be just trying to skip these Sunkens. Okay, here we go. He's going to start them. I was wondering if he might try to skip them because he just knows he's too far behind to even make them to begin with and just try to kill it with the army. But he's going pretty light on the Sunkens, so he is trying to do as little as possible. And I think that's about the best he could hope for, but it's going to be so hard.
Here we go. This is like 1.5 control groups of mutas here trying to attack into this, but the Sunken is already dead, and everything here shoots up, and they are very good at shooting up as well. So these mutas are going to be wiped out, and that last Sunken is not going to be enough to defend this base.
Yeah, all the mutas going to go down, Sunken going to go down, drone's going to follow, and I think this is pretty much over. Kame might try to play it out from here, but this looks unplayable to me. These fresh mutas even going to die as they come out, every single one of them going down.
Yeah,
and it's pretty brutal.
Instantly spawn camp there, and even like, look, the vultures coming in, see if they can do a run by.
Yeah, even like going down the lings here. And Kame looking pretty dead in the water. If Tarson wants, he can throw down that extra CC just to make sure, because he doesn't need to push into the natural anymore. You don't want to push into a bunch of Sunkens and lose your army for free, so he might just fall back, continue massing up. Kame gonna have to make Sunkens when he's already lost his base, all of his army, and I just don't see how he gets across to do anything anymore.
This is a little bit interesting. So he's actually getting an Evo chamber and Hydrogen. I feel like that's a little bit overly optimistic. I'm not sure. I mean, at this point, like, I'm not sure there's anything Zerg can do to come back. But
Yeah.
I don't know. If we're trying to min-max our chances of winning,
Upgraded Hydra, man. This is the way.
yeah, well, we're gonna have to see if it works. I mean, if Terran heavily commits into just like pure anti-air, just keep building more Goliaths and maybe a couple vultures here and there, then I can see like surprising him with mass Hydra could work. I can see it. I see the vision. I see the vision.
Yeah. I mean, he is. I don't know. We're floating this third CC over. We got our vessel out. I'm surprised Tarson hasn't made any tanks. I think he's just decided he's not going to try to kill him because he doesn't have to. Just taking this third and knowing that he's up a base with this huge mech army is good enough. He can be a little bit later on the tanks, right? Because he just needs to make sure that doesn't take any damage and then we can kill him after. So I think this is like the safer, more secure way of going about it.
Yeah, I mean, win ahead, get more ahead, right? But I don't know. At this point, I feel like we might just be letting the Zerg come back into the game. Obviously, it's gonna be like a super uphill battle regardless. But I'm sort of afraid that, if we let the Zerg, like, if we leave the Zerg alone for too long, they're just gonna rebuild their drone count, and all of a sudden, like, your big advantage has turned into a regular advantage, which will then turn into a small advantage, right? And all of a sudden, that's how Zerg, could end up just like winning the game again.
Yeah. I mean, I like this from Kame if he's going to try to make a comeback to kind of fly here into the bottom left corner and just try to get as many SCVs as he can. He does actually find a decent bit of damage, all things considered. But he's going to need a lot more than that to get back into... this was kind of a start. We don't lose as many mutas as I thought we would either, surprisingly.
Yeah, a lot of those mutas very low. I think he got pretty lucky with the targeting RNG there. But yeah, that was like incredible damage. We just need to do that like 3 more times.
We went for this hidden base and it gets scouted immediately.
That's
just nothing going right for Kame.
All right, Terran, now that a couple tanks are out on the field, Terran is starting to move out, but unfortunately, we don't even need the tanks. There's just so many Goliaths, and Kame forced a GGD Matrix on the Hydra. Oh, gosh.
Is this is just a European thing? The Europeans all BM when they're winning, or what?
Yeah, what is this? It certainly seems to be the case. Worst going for the Dark Archon. I mean, I know Poles. They're a little bit infamous for doing that in Brood War. So I don't know. I can see it.
All right, so Tarson gets a little bit of his revenge against Kame. He's going to move on to that winner's match against Worst. That'll be pretty nice. And our loser's match going to be Nesh versus Kame.
Okay, I mean, I'm excited to see this sort of newly invigorated Tarson sort of come back into the scene and just like take his revenge on everyone, right?
He looked solid this game too. He did really well, I think. The Vulture run by was great, and he was not missing a beat back at home in the meantime. So really well played by Tarson.
He basically played like, well, he showcased like amazing micro, amazing macro, and of course just like playing really smart, playing to his opponent. Yeah, just I don't know. Overall, just a clean game from our Terran player.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, it looks like we're going to go into a short break, guys, while we set up the next match. So I don't know. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more StarCraft to watch.
Yep. All right,
Welcome
guys,
back.
welcome back. We're going to be hopping into our winners match here shortly. It's going to be Worst versus Tarson. Pretty exciting. Couple of Europeans going at it.
Yeah, and it looks like our maps have already been decided. It is going to be Litmus, Dominator, and what was the last one?
Radion, right?
Radion?
It's Radion.
Litmus, Dominator, and
Yep.
Radion. So one kind of odd two-player map. Well, it's not. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's that odd, but it does have the weird double gas setup,
Mhm.
which could make for some interesting plays. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
into Dominator, into Radion. Yeah, go ahead.
Limits it's an interesting solution to the TVP problem, right? Because the whole thing was like two-player maps are like torture for Terran because of the gas deals and the nonsense and everything. And it's
Mhm.
an interesting solution to just add a second geyser with less gas in it. So sure, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand some people saying that, "Oh, wouldn't that make it, like, really good for Zerg? Because Zerg can get 3 gas right away," but ultimately, the advantage, I think, is negated, more or less by the fact that, both gases only have 3,000 gas in them.
Yeah.
So, it's not like you're actually getting more gas, it's just that you can choose to get them faster.
Yeah, exactly. It does kind of it's like they're technically a little bit stronger earlier, but then they fall off faster than normal, right? So the gas timings does hurt them a bit. It actually it's interesting because it actually surprisingly solves a lot of the problems. For like ZVT, it was always like, well, they're forced to go into hydro play, right? Because you don't have
Mhm.
an easy fourth gas. And it's like, well, it kind of helps that problem without making it too overpowered, right? So I actually really like the idea of it.
Yeah, it's certainly a very interesting idea, and I wonder if we're going to see more and more maps sort of follow this lead in the future. I mean, I feel like I've already started like seeing maps more and more go for the mineral instead of the eggs at the ramps and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, which I guess like now people have figured out that oh, this actually accomplishes like what we originally wanted to do, but like better, right? Um, yeah, I
Yeah.
wonder if this will just be a staple for future maps.
Yeah, I like the mineral block a lot more too for a couple reasons. It's you can get rid of them easier, right? That's kind of the thing about it that's like really nice. Like for if you're Terran, if you're going bio against Zerg or something, a lot of times when you have those eggs that are, funneling you down that ramp, it's like you get massacred by Mutant. It's frustrating, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And you can't kill the eggs because your Marines have to shoot it like 16,000 times to kill the egg. But now we got mineral patches, so we can actually mine it out and fix that problem. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, personally, I also prefer the minerals. I think it's really annoying to like try to shoot the eggs and everything. And also, I'm like pretty sure someone said when I was like casting for CPL or something that if you click the egg too much, it breaks the replay. So I'm glad that now map will have less of that, so I won't accidentally break replays while I'm casting it.
Yeah, I don't know if clicking the eggs. I never confirmed it. I heard that plenty of times too, but I never actually confirmed whether or not that causes the problem. But Aaron just said too, and I agree with this. The vision swapping is actually what can break replays a lot. And Wolfix actually has a replay that he can intentionally break by swapping vision at certain times to kind of show how that bug can happen.
Wait, really? Like it
Hmm.
just happens like 100% of the time?
100% of the time, he can swap the vision to make it where a DT dies or doesn't die, depending on when you turn the vision on or off.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What?
hop in
Yep.
real quick to let you know. Yeah, it's because how vision's calculated. I find this super interesting. Pardon, I also have to sneeze. But basically, if vision flips, sorry, I got the sneeze. Fuck me, the sneeze just won't come. But if you flip vision at the right time, because the game calculates vision differently for observers versus players, it'll desync.
Yep.
Oh. Huh.
Huh. The more you
What a
know.
terrible game.
It's why we love it. We love how broken this game is. And all
Yeah,
right,
I
we
love
are
how
gonna get.
broken the game is until like I land a nuke on someone and StarCraft refuses to say that replay properly.
Oh, I have a story for you. We'll get to that here in a minute, though. We do have some proxy shenanigans going on for worse. It's going to be that proxy gateway. Not going to be with the gas steal, of course. Surely, hopefully. But we're at least going to get that zealot pressure.
Oh man, is this gonna be like? There's no way he's gonna go 9-9, right? There's no way. Is he gonna do it?
Surely not, right? We'll see. We'll see what we're gonna do. It is gonna be a 9 gate, but that's kind of
on
normal.
9.
Okay, just gonna be that single gate.
Okay, 9 gate, forward pressure. I suppose. I feel like you should just go for it. Like you already have your gateway on the other side of the map. You might as well just go all out.
Yeah,
I don't
here we
know.
go.
Maybe it's just me.
It's gonna be a decent gas timing for Tarson. It's gonna be like 138, so that's gonna be decent for him. But the probe is gonna be here being very annoying. That SCV getting very low already. Just one more tap away from dead, and Tarson got really lucky actually with that SCV bounce to not lose it there. But the question is, does Worst go scouting for it at some point?
This is so annoying to deal with.
Okay, we repaired it out. Nice.
But I was sort of wondering if the probe is going to try and chase that SCV into the mineral line, but I'm pretty sure that's always like a bad move from Protoss, so maybe not.
Honestly, just 100% of the time.
Yeah, just delaying that barracks is like really good, especially since we're going for a proxy like this, right? Like any amount that you can delay the barracks, you can delay the Sim City from going up, is going to give you like that much more of an advantage when the pressure when you start really dialing up the pressure when the Zealot comes.
Yeah, and here we go. The Zealot going to be showing up here right as the factory is starting, so... He did get some decent damage on the probe, at least, I believe. I think it took some damage. Oh, yeah, it's actually very low. So he does at least have that option to kill that pretty quickly. Gonna pull some SCVs here, which is pretty nice. SCV did get stuck and goes down. And we kind of want to focus down this probe quickly, but he's kind of ignoring the probe for now. Did lose 2 SCVs. There we go. Finally, the probe's going to go down. Getting a little bit unlucky with the bounces here is Tarson. Does get that kill as the next Zealot shows up very annoyingly. Yeah, we're just going to continue this dance.
Delayed this factory for so long, but I think this is the beginning of the end of the Zealot pressure. We are now having like 3 Marines fight off like 1 Zealot at a time. I don't see this continuing for that much longer, personally.
Yeah, this is pretty much shut down at this point. I think overall pretty good for Tarson. He lost, what, 3 or 4 SCVs? I mean, it's not great, but it could be a lot worse for sure. And he does have that threat of EV block now as well, but we actually pulled these SCVs right as the Zealot showed up.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate timing here for Protoss, but 4 Marines and 2 Zealots should be more than enough to deal with... 4 Marines and 2 SCVs should be more than enough to deal with that Zealot there, and we do end up killing it. Now that the Vulture's out, we do feel safe enough to move down onto the low ground to get a bunker, push this Dragoon away, and get our command center up promptly.
Worst is kind of in trouble, actually. We only have the 1 goon on the map. We're going to have a bunker going down to this gateway, and there's no production behind this for Worst. Worst is going to have to make his gateway at home, which means that his Nexus is going to be super late. And it's kind of scary to even try to hold the Nexus if he drops one, because there's a lot of Marines out here. Luckily for him, the 2nd goon does at least get out.
Yeah, this gateway is basically done here, but 2 goons should... I mean, assuming that a 3rd goon is on the way, because we did in fact finish the gateway down at the main base here for Protoss. Oh no, it wasn't done. Okay, this might actually be quite scary, but we'll see just how much Terran really wants to commit to this. It does look like he is taking his command center, so he isn't going to really put on that much pressure. Yeah, I don't know. It sort of seems like both players are just like fine with continuing the game as it is right now.
Yeah, I think overall this has been pretty good for Tarson. I love that he didn't finish that bunker as well, so he could just cancel it when he was ready to. I think that was really, really smart. And
wait, is he sending that probe out to build a pylon at the gateway?
He might be. I don't know if that is worth it. I guess we'll see. Interesting.
I guess you're saving 50 minerals if you do that, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a scout.
Okay, yeah, you just wanted the scout. Sees the tank. It's good information to have. Yeah, okay. This makes more sense. We were just scouting.
I was like, whoa, that probe, like, what are we doing? But yeah, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to try to repower that gateway. That gateway is basically as good as dead. Terran knows where it is. It's just a matter of time before he, like, basically commits to killing it.
You know what really worries me for worst right now? Is we don't have a robo. Like, I don't think we've started a robo still.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
well,
never mind. Okay, it is done. It's
robo
done.
has just finished, but no, you're right. We're like 2 gateways, basically 3 out. Mines are already out, and we don't have observers. So I don't know. It could be really risky for Worst to try and move out and take any kind of map control here, despite having so many gateways.
Yeah, he's going to be stuck at home for now, and it is obviously pretty uncomfortable being at home, being completely in the dark, as the Protoss player is going to be able to catch these vultures, at least, so he gets 1 kill there. Actually gets both of them, so that's really nice. And I think there's just one, like, random mine here on the left, as far as map control for Tarson goes, so... Both players more blind than they would like to be at this point, but we do have the observer at least coming out relatively soon. Here come the turrets for Tarson to make sure we're not going to get caught by Reavers or anything crazy like that. And I think overall the game state looks relatively even to me.
Yeah. Despite there only being 1 mine out, I feel like Tarson did in fact give out the illusion of map control, and sometimes it's the illusion of map control that is that is good enough for the Terran to delay the Protoss's 3rd by actually quite a fair margin, right? I think the 3rd base is like over a minute late. So overall, like, not bad for Terran here.
Yeah, we'll see how Worst does with this Reaver. We're going to be able to spot out these mines pretty early on, so that'll be nice for Tarson. He's going to get a pretty nice heads up that this will be on the way. And there we go. We saw him just check out this camera, so he knows it's coming. And he should not take any damage here.
Dude, the mines are like a beacon lighting the way for this shuttle. We, like, perfectly flew over every single one of them. So Tarson should be in more than should have more than enough to deal with this. 3 tanks, basically set up here to deal with this drop. The 2 turrets preventing the shuttle from going in any further. Both zealots dying instantly.
Wow, 2 HP.
We do get 1 tank kill though, so it's not bad.
It's not bad. We killed 1 tank for 2 zealots, but our Reaver is very low on HP as well. It was like half HP, something like that. But overall, I'd agree. Not bad, not great. It's just kind of is okay.
This 3rd is being secured now. The pylons are out fanning on either side to prevent the vultures from getting any free probe kills, but they can't prevent the vultures from attacking during the transfer. And we actually do get a fair amount of probes here. I think that's like 4 or 5. Pretty good. Another very good small victory for Terran here. And you might... Oh my god, he gets the cancel on the cannon as well. This is a very good move for Terran.
Oh my god, actually, this has been a ton of damage, and Gun's not going all the way in, so we lost even more probes. That was a lot of damage, and suddenly I'm not feeling so good for worse. I would say this is very Terran favored at this point. We just killed a lot of workers, like you said, we canceled that pylon. And that was only 2 vultures. We only lost 1 of them. Like, this was not costly for Tarson at all.
I wonder how Tarson is going to try to follow this up. After having killed that many probes, like, I mean, do you just, like, start placing down factories and go for an attack?
Yeah, that's always the temptation, right? When you have, like, a really good opener or, like, a really good moment, it makes you want to push. I think in this case, I don't like throwing down 6 Vact and going because it's kind of too late to add that additional factory, right? Like, if you're going to do that, you'd want to have them all built already. But if you, like, add a 6 Vact now to go for a push, you're basically not going to be using it anytime, like when it would matter, right? It would be too long before you're making use of it. So I think
Yeah,
at this
that's
point, it's
fair.
just you take your advantage, you keep your upgrades, you probably take a third from here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is a little bit too late to capitalize on that, but it gives Terran a very comfortable position to try and expand outwards into. We see him already moving out with the tanks, taking a more forward position, and I think just trying to capture a bit of land uh, just to make the third base easier to take when the time finally comes.
Yeah, I'm curious which base Tarson would want to go for. This is something that I've debated with a few Terrans now about which base is better. I personally like the one on the high ground on the right because I think it's very, um, like what's the word, self-sufficient, right? I think it can like take care of itself pretty easily with very minimal, but it's kind of hard to get to. Whereas on the other side, there's this big wide open space, but if you control that space, then you can pivot that into more bases more easily, or like a push more easily. So yeah, I'm curious what Tarzan thinks would be the better base for a third.
Oh my god, Tarson is actually playing playing the vulture harass game so well. He actually catches another 2 probes there and basically blocks the transfer as well. But now
What
we
is
see him starting to unsiege. He's trying to get to catch the shuttle, not quite getting it, and these Reavers are actually going to dish out a lot of damage before actually dying themselves. I'm not sure if that was exactly enough to justify their existence there.
I think Worse is just dead. Actually, I just decided at some point that Tarson was going to expand, but this trade went so well. He's killed so many probes that this push seems unstoppable. And Worst, I think, is in a lot of trouble. Even walking into the mines, trying to retreat that last mine, pulling and killing off those last few goons. And there we go. GG. Nice, clean win from Tarson, looking really strong today.
Wow, wow, wow. Basically, we saw Tarson essentially stack advantage after advantage in the early game, and I was thinking, oh, do we just go 6 factored attack? But apparently, we didn't even need to wait for 6 factories. Like 5 fact was more than enough to push out and kill Worst. What
Yeah,
very well played.
you don't often see these like 5 fact pushes that come so late, right? Because we were like 11 minutes or later, I believe. We were so like when it gets that late and we're sitting on 5 fact, I've just decided for you that you're going to expand. But yeah, Tarso was just building up an army, and this was a super strong, well-timed push. I mean, when he started the push, he was ahead in supply already, so it's
Yeah.
obviously the right call from Tarson.
Yeah, that was he really got that killer instinct down. I mean, I think as Terran, it's a little bit hard to tell just how ahead you truly are, right? Like you think you're really far ahead and then you push out and your entire army gets wiped out and you're like, "Well, I guess I lose now." But other situations, right? Like you think you're a little bit ahead, but you're actually really ahead. And by not pushing, you just let the Protoss get back into the game. So this is always something that is pretty hard to judge, like even for like more advanced level Terrans. But I don't know. We see Tarson like you just like called it, right? Just like you took too much damage, I'm gonna attack.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's absolutely what it was. And like I said, good killer instinct from Tarson, understanding the game state and how well he was doing up to that point. And Worst had the gateway count that he needed. He just didn't have the economy that he wanted by then, right? Because we had lost so many probes.
Yeah, unfortunately for Worst, the opener and the way that the early to mid game played out just like wasn't working out for him. So I wonder if he's going to switch it up this time around. Maybe go for a Nexus first, try and get the Terran to trying to push, sort of the pressure to attack on the Terran instead. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we opened with this proxy 9 gate aggression. Maybe we just turn around and go the other direction, right? Um, Worst is typically like a 23 Nexus kind of guy.
Hmm.
But I do think this is another map that kind of makes you want to open Zealot pressure because of the reverse ramp, right? So we'll see if he wants to go back to his just normal gameplay or if he wants to continue with these Zealot pressures openers.
Yeah, I'm not. I can see that, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea, despite the map, to just do the same build again. Um, Especially after your opponent basically demonstrated that he knows exactly what he's doing, right? Like he perfectly passed the skill check. Uh, So I'm not really sure if there's a whole lot of play for Worst in this regard.
Yeah, if he goes Zealot pressure, it's going to be more like Ford Gate and then like 2 Zealot instead of 3 Zealot or 4 Zealot, whatever he did last game, with a faster gun and more like controlling the ramp than trying to get any good damage. So it would be kind of a less commitment if he goes for it. I would hope. I hope we don't center gate. I think that'd be a terrible idea.
Yeah, I mean, right after Tarson demonstrated like just how good his micro is and how he knows how to deal with this early Zealot pressure, I would not. I don't think center gates is the right move here. And it looks like he is going to play this one fairly standard pylon in the correct position to start off.
Yeah, looking like it's most likely going to be something standard. So we'll probably see that 23 Nexus out of Worst. A lot of Protosses haven't been doing 23 Nexus anymore. I see a lot of like 21 or 19 Nexus. But Worst, same as me when I played Protoss, just exclusively 23 Nexus when we're opening game.
Is 23 Nexus considered like the safe timing to take it?
Yeah, it's not really bad against anything. The main reason 23 Nexus feels good is because your first goon gets to go across the map and the second goon blocks the vulture in your base, and then you can start tracking the vulture on the map. So it's just a really good build for kind of zoning the vulture and keeping it contained, basically, so it's not hiding somewhere or slipping into your main base or anything annoying like that.
By the way, this is some pretty ballsy building placement out of Tarson. I think now that I'm like looking at it, I feel like if Worst actually did go for like center gates, like I don't know, would Tarson actually be able to defend it with his barracks out like that?
Yeah, I think it's fine because it depends where he wants his factories, but typically his factory is going to be like on the upper right of the barracks here. And you still want the barracks between like the ramp and the mineral line, right? At least.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, it's true that it can be kind of dicey because of the zealots kind of coming down that ramp pretty close to you, but I think overall it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously they have Tarson knows what he's doing. You could probably count on his micro just like being good enough that he doesn't need like the double depot wall, or not the double depot, or the double depot SimCity. So that's totally fair. Worst does in fact open with a zealot, so he is going to try and get some damage done right away, maybe disrupt the attempt to take a natural here, and we'll see how much damage this actually gets done.
I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Sorry.
All right, I guess it's just me, chat. Well, the Zealot is coming up. The bunker does, in fact, finish it on time, but are we going to see him do the Protoss move of just walking past? Yeah, that's exactly what he does. We're seeing a Protoss in action, right?
Bunkers aren't real. We can just walk past them. Don't worry.
Yeah. The bunker can't hurt me. All right, well, the Zealot is in the base. We do get a full scout of everything, and might even get an SCV kill or two, just barely pulling that away on time. The Vulture should come out, but not before one of the SCVs go down.
No, bad time to be an SCV. Everyone's just trying to stab you. But we do have the CC coming on up here. Worst.
Oh, Proxy Robo.
All right, Worst. Let me see what you got.
This is a crazy place to put a Proxy Robo, by the way. Like,
yeah.
Like, what? What if he builds an eBay and then decides to float it like in the general direction of the Protoss? Like, then you're just caught. What? Wait. Check the vision.
What?
I think he just barely didn't see this.
He went the Vulture. He brought the Vulture up to the top. So he didn't even go on that pizza slice.
Are we going to get away with this proxy as Protoss?
It all depends on the way this Vulture goes home. If it goes home the same way or it goes that way, yeah, he is going to get away with it. How does that make you feel as a Terran player?
All right, sorry.
Constantly fueled by rage, which is just like my normal state as a Terran. But look, oh my gosh, he's not. Oh my god, he's just never going to know. He's never going to find out.
Oh, we proxied a Robo. That's interesting against Faggets, then.
Like, immediately above the Terran base, and we watch the Vulture basically go like completely around it, trying to scout for like other things.
That's so interesting to do this against tank expense. This is like typically what you do if it's like 15 CC, right? I mean, this is like very, very aggressive from Worst. Obviously, he has to basically kill his opponent with this build.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is one base proxy robo. Like, he doesn't even have a Nexus behind this. Are we going to elevator the goons into the main? No way.
I think he will. He's going to wait for the Reaver before he starts the elevator. Surely?
Surely. Oh my god, the eBay is floating in the general direction of Protoss. This is what I've been saying. Okay, well, we spot it. The Reaver isn't out yet, so I think that might have been a little bit overly ambitious from the Protoss. But we'll see how he micros this. I mean, 4 goons are in the main base of the Terran players, but there are 3 tanks that are already out. I fear that these goons might just literally die.
Well, we do have the Reaver with this as well, surely, right? I know I keep saying this, but surely, there it is. The Reaver's going to pop out. One tank does go down. We don't get the Reaver shot off, but we did at least zone the tanks away. I mean, this is good damage from Worst so far. This is going pretty well. Siege mode does finish up. We're going to siege up these tanks. We have this turret down here to protect the tank on the right. And a lot of the goons going down. There's 1 tank left. And, oh, that was a great pickup, actually, between the shots. So we're going to take that last shot, but another tank comes out and kills it. And this is held from Tarson. The shuttle goes down as well, and there's not really a follow-up for Worst from here.
Yeah, I mean, we did kill a lot of SCVs, but of course, Terran is on 2 base compared to the Protoss's singular Nexus. I think they are taking their expansion now, but it is nowhere near completion. Worst might just like have to go into this just playing from a disadvantage, which that's exactly what he did last game and he lost. Or he just needs to continue with this attack.
Yeah, losing the shuttle is the really painful part because we can't even continue harassing until the next shuttle builds. I mean, like I said earlier, Worst losing Reavers or shuttles to turrets, man, it just goes hand in hand. It's like unavoidable.
Oh no, the prophecy has come true. This is so awful. Well, it's not like he's completely out of options, right? Like, Terran does seem pretty hyper-focused on defending the main, so maybe if he catches the natural open, could, like, bust the bunker with, like, the Reaver or something? We'll see. I mean, he drops the Reaver once again. The first tank does go down, and this bunker might die as well.
Wow, it's actually going to really hold on.
One more Reaver shot.
Okay.
And it dies. But at this point, like, Terran might not even need the bunker anymore. Like, we already have 2 tanks. The 4 Marines are still alive. The turret is there to zone off the shuttle.
Yeah, do we have a tank in the main for Tarson? Okay, there's no tank in the main currently, actually, so we can have a little bit of free reign here, but another tank going to come down, so I don't think we're going to find much damage. That is 2 Reavers now for the shuttle.
Well, let's make sure we don't lose this one to turrets. We're taking so much damage from turrets, actually.
I mean, in his defense, turrets move really, really fast, so it's kind of hard to stay away from them.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I guess that is the way things work.
I mean, a lot of damage coming out from these Reavers, but we're not doing really any eco damage yet. But he's resetting
is sort
like,
of keeping Terran back, though. Like, I can see us eking out like a... Oh no!
How does he do it all the time? It's ridiculous, man. It drives me crazy.
I was just about to say, like, if he keeps up this Reaver harass, I can see us eking ourselves back into like an even state of the game. But unfortunately, if we lose the shuttle once again, there's not a whole lot we can accomplish anymore.
No pullback on that tank, so it ends up dying to the Reaver as well as the Goliath. So that Reaver still got pretty good value. And I don't know, Worst has killed a lot of units, so maybe it's okay. I mean, he's been mining up his his natural for a little while now. He killed a lot of units and he's taking a 3rd base, so I still don't think it's enough. I don't know, actually. Supply looks pretty good. Maybe it's better than I realized.
Yeah, the supply is fairly. It's a lot more Protoss favored than you would expect from that kind of opener, but Protoss is very, very late on the third base.
Yeah.
And I think they're not doing so well in terms of tech either. I mean, we can go see just how much his infrastructure has. Like, he only has 2 gates
Yeah.
and a Citadel of a Dune building. So it's still very much an uphill battle,
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think the production advantage from Tarson's going to kick in relatively soon. He's added a few extra factories, right? We're going up to 5 now, so yeah, the production value might be the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if the Terran is on 5 factory while the Protoss is still on 2 gate, I don't see
Yeah.
a single universe in which he can defend the push that's inevitably gonna come. And we already know Tarson likes to push if he thinks he can like kill you with it.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to pick off a couple tanks here, so really nice value again from Worse. Like, Worse is getting really good value with his units, his Reaver specifically. Like, his Reaver control is good, just the shuttle part seems to be the problem, but there we go. He was going to pick off the Reaver, but there's a lot of tanks that Worse picked off again.
Yeah, this is ultimately like the move that he needs to make. Unfortunately, every single time the shuttle dies, I feel like it's a little bit like any advantage that he got from that like is like negated by the fact that the shuttle like immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, right, that his micro can be so good and his love for a shuttle can be so non-existent at the same time.
Yeah, he doesn't love his shuttles the way Bonneth does, or or Snow, right? Like, well, I don't know. 4 Vultures does manage to sneak past the blockade here. They could get a lot of damage done. And look, they spotted the third base, and probes are going to start falling at any point. 3 probes already starting to go down. The rest of them hold to safety. 1 Dragoon is not enough to deal with. Wait, no, there's no way 1 Dragoon's enough to deal with.
I think it might be because the Vultures were so low. It's going to be close. 1 Vulture's going to survive at least, but it's going to buy enough time for the Reaver to show up and protect their probes here. So 3 Vultures for like 3 or 4 probes and 1 Dragoon. I think it's good for Tarson for sure.
Yeah, I mean, any amount of economic damage you deal to Protoss at this point is kind of devastating. Like, Protoss is already behind economically. They're behind in infrastructure. They're behind in tech, right? Like, putting them more behind is just going to make your push that much stronger.
How many of these Vultures get into the natural? There's no goons here. In fact, there's no observer anywhere around here. They're both in the main right now. So there is a chance that Worse goes through this minefield unknowingly.
Yeah, that is incredible mine placement. Anytime the Protoss is going to like try to reinforce this forward position that he has here, they're gonna be. Well, I was gonna say they're gonna be forced to move through those mines, but I guess you could just go around the way Worse did in.
Worse has no idea they're there, by the way. Just oh no.
This is just like pure luck, right? Oh no, the shuttle goes down again! We can't lose this shuttle. The game might
Reaver's gonna get targeted. There it goes. And that might just be game. Worse loses a bunch of units, kills basically nothing. These goons are trapped in. GG, well played. Tarson gonna take 2-0. Gonna go 3-0 on the day and qualify for the next round. Congratulations to Tarson. Really, really well played today. Definitely made up for the qualifiers last time.
Yeah, I mean, Tarson, man, like SPX, like he went from like not playing to winning the whole thing. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Tarson making TVP look easy after Worse destroyed all of us, so need to contact Tarson at some point, ask for some advice.
Yeah. I mean, well, one thing you could do and one thing that everyone in the chat could do is donate $10 to IPSL, and you can have access to that last replay if you want to study the way Tarson basically deflected the 4 gate, the way that he deflected this proxy Reaver, right? All of that will be available to you if you donate $10 to our website, to our little esports organization. It helps keep the scene alive and it supports us and the work that we do. So please consider donating if you have the extra cash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, showing any support to IPSL, it's going to help continue these tournaments running for you guys and keep getting good games, good quality stuff going on for you guys. So, like I always say before, the more you give to us, the more we can give back to you as well. So, you showing support, your love of StarCraft, we give you more StarCraft in return.
All right, we're still waiting to get into our next game here. Oh, okay. Actually, we're gonna go into an interview with Tarson. All right. Well, that's exciting.
Good old Tarson.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions for him after he beat Worst like that.
Tarson's a funny guy.
We're just waiting for him to show up. I don't think he knows that he's supposed to do an interview at this point.
All right. Yeah, we're just working on getting Tarson in here, guys. We'll give you that winner's interview. I'm sure he has some stuff to say. He always has something to say in my experience with Tarson.
Oh my god, I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, I played him once on ladder, and when I beat him, he hit me with a BG. It was our first time ever playing against each other.
BG. Oh.
And I was like, brother, you're gonna say BG the first time we played? And he goes, it stands for brilliant game. I was like, okay.
He's a bit of a troll.
A little
Bit of a
bit, yeah.
memer.
He's an emotional guy. A lot of us are though. A lot of us StarCraft players, we're very emotional playing this game.
I mean, yeah, it's you put your heart and soul into practicing, into playing. And I don't know, sometimes you go proxy Reaver and you just don't scout it because it's in like the last place you'd ever expect. But sometimes you're Tarson and you just beat it anyway because you're that good.
Yo, Tarson.
Hey, hello, guys.
Hello, Tarson.
What a lucky coincidence.
Yeah. How crazy is that? How does it feel getting your revenge on Kame today?
Yeah.
It's nice. Actually, I didn't plan to play mech, but before the match, I lost to Julia playing mech. But it felt good. I didn't have to, bother against mutas, and So
Well,
I thought, let's go mech. Let's not
Yeah.
bother with mutas because they are pain in the ass until you have irradiate. So yeah, but worked. I think kinda lucky. I don't know if he didn't see the vultures. So yeah.
Oh, you think it's luck? We were talking about how it was a smart move from you to go vulture because if you don't remember the last time, you probably remember, right? Because you played it. But the last time you and Kame played, you didn't build that many mutas.
Yeah, I remember, but I always go vultures because it's good scout against some lurker all in, and yeah, but his mutas were kind of fast, or I don't know, my timing was off because I didn't even have turrets, and he already had a few mutas in my base, but yeah, it was like I don't know, I think 2 or 3, so yeah, they couldn't do anything, and he had no sim city at all and natural, and yeah. After so many drones died, they're like I would basically have to stop playing to lose this game. So
pretty much, yeah. I wanted to ask you. So the last time you guys played, you had a lot to say about the lag. Do you feel like there was lag today, and do you feel like the Goliath was kind of a way of handling the lag if there was?
I mean, today it was okay. Like against every, like we had obviously ops from United States.
Sure.
So it's always like kind of slow in TR16, but yeah, it's like normal TR when you play like every other continent. So it was But yeah, last time was terrible. There was like spikes after spikes. So and
Mhm.
he forpulled me this guy, man. Like zero on dignity.
All right, and then for your games against Worst, did it kind of felt like you just had this big advantage in the early game with your micro, and you just did a really good job of deflecting his aggression and just hitting him with strong pushes each time. Do you really feel like you were ever in any trouble in either of these games? Especially that second game with those Reavers in your base. Were you caught off guard by this, or what were you thinking?
Actually, I didn't know he was proxying because I didn't scout. I mean, with first vulture, I didn't even see the Nexus. I have to watch the replay, so I don't know if it was there or not. I just saw a probe, and yeah, I think I stupidly assume there is a Nexus. So, but didn't watch the replay yet, so I don't know if this was an all-in or he just Nexus and proxy. But I think it was an all-in.
Yeah, there was no Nexus.
Ah,
Yeah,
so okay. I mean,
you actually.
I do it many times. I assume something, not seeing it, and then I am getting to situation like this. But yeah, like I mean the spawns were perfect for all in for shuttle drops. This map is very good for shuttle drops. But yeah, I mean after killing my first vulture, I had to cancel the mine. So I think that's why I hold it, because I didn't have such early siege and so many tanks if he didn't kill my vulture. But yeah, I didn't saw it coming, so I figured it out after he started lifting all the goons and river pop out from the shuttle. But yeah, SCVs SCVs and Marines helped.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually a little bit lucky. Your eBay showed up, like it floated into that area right as they started unloading it. I would have been a lot more worried for you if you didn't get that little bit of heads up.
Yeah, it was lucky, but yeah, I had to wait for the siege because yeah, I was thinking if I should pull the SCVs and all the tanks and I should kill it, but yeah, then like why he's only dropping goons, I assume there will be for sure river. So on the open space without turrets he would kill me easily with micro reader. So yeah, I'm just hoping he don't attack too fast and my siege is done. And yeah, like the last second, but he still I think killed one tank right away. So I mean, with one more tank it would be super easy hold, but with two only, like yeah, I was just counting if the scarabs wouldn't kill many SCVs and tanks.
Yeah, it definitely looked dicey for a while there, but you did end up holding it off pretty naturally. In the first game, we were talking about how you did a lot of damage in the early game, but it was like kind of like uncertain whether or not you could actually like win off of like a push. But as it turns out, right, like you just like a moved and it was more than enough to sort of win the game. Like, how did you know that you could just like kill him there?
I mean, I scouted. It was like five. I wanted to make 6 factories, but I think when I ordered 6 factory, my SCV, I don't know, I had no minerals or gas, and it didn't make, and I didn't realize it. So, I want to macro from 6 factories, and there is only 5. So I said, okay, let's go with 5 then. But yeah, I mean, I think he didn't take care of his rivers. Playing against Bonnie, he would kill everything. I mean, half of my army with these 2 rivers and the guns. But yeah, he just I think didn't saw me coming, and I killed his shuttle. And yeah, luckily I was able to target the rivers very quickly. So yeah, like I mean, he shoot on the tanks, but yeah, you need to scarab. So.
Yeah,
there was like still a lot of tanks alive. So yeah, like if you don't lose a lot of tanks against rivers and you are almost at his natural, like it's it's very tough to Protoss to come back or to defend. And yeah, especially when I killed so many drones, I mean probes. That's why I wanted to go 6 factory after so many probes.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 6th one didn't build. So, but yeah, very very lucky. 5 was enough.
It's funny because I was also confused, and I was saying it on the cast even, where I was like, "Oh, he's 5 factor right now. It's too late to add a 6 factor. He's just going to take a third." And then Yeah,
No,
so
it was just like I didn't know. I ordered
Yeah.
6-1 and it didn't make, and I didn't notice. So
all right, that
it
makes
should
more
be
sense to me
6-1.
now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It
Okay.
should be 6-1, but yeah. I
As
mean,
long as I had a good reason to be confused, that was the most important part to me.
You
I mean,
vindicated
actually,
our
I
game knowledge.
this same map I won against Bonnie on the Warsaw LAN, like also with 6-1, but yeah,
Oh
Mm.
yeah.
like he didn't do with River anything. So like I think it's very difficult to hold 6-1 here if you do nothing with the River. So
Mhm.
like you have to be like playing perfectly, not losing any probes, not wasting mining time, and yeah, he wasted a lot of mining time and lost a lot of probes. So it was just a matter of killing the shuttle and rivers.
Mhm.
All right. Well, congratulations on your 3-0 today. It's a very clean day
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you
that's
very much.
crazy,
And
going from not scheduled to play at all to winning everything,
Hey,
coming out first in the group.
I
How do you
wanted
feel
to
about that?
I wanted to thank you for letting me play at first place, because yeah, like you said, it should be SPX, not me, but yeah. It's Saturday today, and I'm doing nothing at 8 p.m. at home. So yeah, I said like, if you need me, just let me know and I will play. So yeah, thank you for letting me play, and yeah, I guess thank you for SPX not coming in. I don't know why, but yeah, I have to. I mean, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be playing and qualifying to the next round. So yeah, but again, thank you for letting me play.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't qualify.
Yeah, we're
You
happy to
win
see you
now.
qualify though. We're it's also very vindicating because Ozzy really talked you up in the in the previous round.
Hey,
So
okay,
now we
so
look.
that's why
Yeah.
I lost, because he said I'm so good, etc. He cursed me. Please, Ozzy,
Kevin, you hear
don't.
that? It's your fault.
Yeah, please, Ozzy, don't be
Well-
don't be like Artosius. Just
Yeah. Trust me, Tarzan. Trust me. I'll never believe in you again. I promise.
okay. Thank you. Okay, so I guess I'm winning this thing then.
It's done. It's a done deal.
Okay, it's very nice, guys. Thank you very much.
I think Aaron has a question right for you.
Yeah, I'll pop
Sure.
in here. One question. So our round of 16, right? We have 4 players
Yeah.
waiting for you. DeWalt, we got Striker, we got Julian, and we got Zero. Whose group? And each of them gets to pick one person, and then whose group do you want to be in, and whose group do you definitely not want to be in?
For sure, I don't want Dewalt, because I played him last several times some time ago, and yeah, like it's not even close. I mean, one game was close. I thought it's close, but it was not close. Striker, I don't like his style. He just Plague, Ultras. I don't. I have very poor TVZ late game. So yeah, but I mean, I'm okay with either Julian or Zero. Even though Julian has a gayest style ever, like I just like I don't know, man. Like I told you before the game here, I played one game at Litmus with him, and he made like third next to me, like on the left side.
That
So
sounds
like
like Julia. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
like then of course the lurkers to kill the temple at the back, and yeah, you try to push there. So
Classic.
like you just forget one time to scout, and like there is the hatchery with fucking Sankens and everything. So but yeah, I mean Julian Zero, I'm okay to play either of them. But do the top 4 guys that are already seated, they pick the player, or it's some
Nope. They'll pick at once the round of 24 is done. We're gonna do a thing for
okay.
them.
Yeah. They each pick one player, and I think the rest is randomized.
Yes.
Okay.
I do think it's funny that
I will do my best. I'm feeling good, playing good, I think, nowadays, and yeah,
I think so.
I can
Looks
play.
like it.
I will do my best and try my best against everyone.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Okay.
I hope you have a great
One more
night, and
time, thank
congrats
you for
again.
having me, guys.
Thank you
you
for
for
playing.
having me one more time. Take care and GG's. Thank you very much again.
GG, good job.
Bye bye.
Man.
All right. Well, that'll do it for our winners match. Tarson going to be moving on to the next round. And I think we're going to take a short break before we hop into the next set of games, which is going to be the losers match, right? Between Kame and Nesh.
Mm-hmm. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Bryce and I, we're gonna get our timing together at some point. It's gonna happen, I swear.
Yeah, one day. All right. Well, we're going to be quickly moving on to the next part of the day today, the lower bracket or the lower round. What do you call it in a group? The lower match?
Look, I call it the losers match. That's what they used to call it. I don't know if they still call it that. It always sounds mean. You know?
I also think it sounds a little bit. Oh, okay. Or the losers are playing now, which I guess it is true. They are technically the losers, but
it's just kind of funny because it's like, all right, the winners over here just finished their series. We're gonna go over here and hang out with the losers for like one game or something, and then we'll go to something else. But
yeah, but I mean, who do we have in the losers? We have Kame versus Nesh. Both are actually still like very good players, so I definitely think we're gonna be seeing some really good games out of them. Did we confirm if it's a best of 1 or a best of 3?
It's best of 3.
Best of 3. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see a best of 3 between Nesh and Kame. I'm excited to see if Kame is going to continue to get away with only building 3 mutas in a game, or if Nesh is also going to punish him the same way that Tarson did last time.
Yeah, I'm always interested in seeing Nesh's TVZs. Like I said before, he has some pretty unorthodox stuff that he likes to do. He'll do like a lot of Wraith play sometimes, or some like weird barracks timings and kind of like awkward push outs. He has some pretty cool builds actually. He plays with PBJT a lot, and he kind of scarred PB with a bunch of his builds. He did a bunch of like random builds and stuff, and it made PB like paranoid of everything, and it made him forget how to play the game for like a week. It was the funniest thing ever.
Oh my god, dude! I can't wait to see what he has in store. Like, I think it's a little bit risky to play kind of cheesy against someone who also plays kind of off meta.
Yeah.
But I think the issue with Kame is that he's almost like predictably off meta. I don't think I've seen a single game where he didn't go for like 3 mutas.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually kind of want to pay a little more attention to this. I'm gonna try to pay more attention. We'll see if I get distracted or not, but I'm gonna try to pay attention to his build this time and see what exactly he's doing for this kind of like strange. It's like fast muta, but it's not enough muta, and then it's like eco, and yeah, I kind of want to pay attention to it. It's because he's consistent, so it's not like it's like random, right? So yeah, I'm kind of curious about it.
Yeah, we'll see just how his build looks. Of course, the first map is going to be Litmus again. The second map is going to be Dominator, but the third map is no longer going to be Radion. It's going to be Knockout. Which the only thing I have to say about Knockout is that it makes busting the Sunkens a lot harder because of the trench.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think overall TVZ is probably the least affected matchup, but I do agree that it does make those Sunkens a bit harder to bust, which can be a big deal if you like to do T-Rexicad and things like that.
All right, let's get into the game.
Let's go. Spawning here in the top right corner, Mr. 10-0 himself, we have Nesh.
Mr. 10-0. And on the bottom right, we have Kame. Both players, camera on.
Yeah, it's exciting. We'll see. I kind of want to go back and see, so I won't go into detail, but Nesh was very offended by Worst doing mind control.
Was he actually?
And he had some things to say about it. And I kind of need to go back and see if that was visible on his face or not.
Oh, okay. Now I kind of want to see it too.
Yeah, I might try to pay a little bit more attention if things are going on here.
The other comment I want to make about their face cams is it looks like Kame actually lives inside of the hatchery, like the way that his camera is like all red shifted. Like, can you see it? Are you seeing it?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I kind of like Nesh's camera too. It's like he doesn't want to be, the main character in this camera. He's very small and at the very bottom.
Yeah, he's
Not-
got a little bit of doodle cam going on, if you remember Doodle's
Yeah,
camera
yeah.
from BSL.
I like
at the
this.
very bottom.
Whatever this is, like behind him or in front, I can't even tell. I like that it like makes it look like his head's in a frame. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It really adds to it. Like,
Yeah.
man, that looks hilarious. We have a pool first though from Kame here. That's a little bit unexpected. At least I think so. I wonder if this is going to be 6 lings popping out. Like, are we going to put on a bit of pressure here?
Yeah, I think it is going to be 6 lings, and this is actually pretty bad for Kame because this is a map that is very good for walling. A lot of these 2-player maps actually have pretty strong walls like this, so he's going to open with his 9-pull aggression, and this is going to be a mech opener for Nesh, so he's going to be full walled with a factory behind this, and these lings are going to do nothing.
Yeah, Nesh sees these lings and he must be like smiling to himself like, yep, the wall is up and there is nothing he can do about it. Luckily for Kame though, he didn't commit too much into it.
Yeah, it was his
looks like.
4.
I think I'm like trying to figure out if the dots in the main are like 2 lings. I think they are. So he did actually end up building 6, which is not great for Zerg, but
There's no gas, by the way. We're going 3 hatch before gas.
3 hatch before gas. That's a little bit unexpected. I mean, Zerg usually wants to get gas as fast as possible because they want to get mutas as fast as possible. What does 3 hatch before gas even mean?
I don't know. I don't know how this matches up against mech, and this is a 2-fact. I thought it was going to be a 1-1-1. We're going 2-fact against scouting 3 hatch before gas. I don't know. I've never seen this, so I don't know exactly how this plays out from here. We're gonna have to keep an eye on things.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess when you said Nesh is known for his weird builds, you were definitely right because I also have absolutely no idea what we're looking at. We're really treading into some new territory here. Like, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I don't know if 1 sunken's going to be enough. If you need 3 sunkens, like, I don't even know if Kame knows what's happening. Like, does he think he might even think it's a 1-1-1?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what the build from Nesh is here.
Yeah, we have full vision and we don't even know what's going on. Like, is this going to be vultures?
It doesn't make sense to me to go vulture.
And yet the first vulture already popped out. Tank?
Okay. That makes more sense to me. Okay, this actually makes sense.
Did you see the tank? No, right?
I don't think he saw the
don't have a
tank.
lot of vision.
Yeah. Okay, this actually could be super strong from Nesh. So you can make like 1 or 2 tanks probably, and then go really heavy vulture with this. Because in low numbers, vultures actually do really, really good against hydras. So he did this in response to seeing no gas, so it's like, hey, you're not going muta because your gas is way too late to go muta. I don't have to make any anti-air. I'm going to tank push you. I think this is actually really cool from Nesh.
All right, we'll see just how well this works out for him. I mean,
that is ambitious to say the least.
Yeah, that is definitely very ambitious, but ultimately,
we don't lose the tank. And that's just going to get full repair now. I think Kami's just dead. I don't see how he holds this. And I think there's a second tank coming across from the map, just above it as well. So, yeah, Kami is in a ton of trouble. This is such a powerful push from Nesh. What an adjustment to what he scouted.
All right, the bunker now being built once again. Once these 4 Marines get inside, I don't think there's anything Zerg can actually do to break that position. 4 vultures already out on this side of the map, and the tanks are shelling the Hydra Den as well. Yeah, I have no idea what Zerg even does at this point. Mine's out. Oh my god. We're just like building lings right now. I guess lings kind of make sense if you get on top of the tanks, like maybe. Here we go. We're gonna move forward, but the mine's doing so much damage.
Yeah, this was such a cool push from Nesh. I really, really like this adjustment to what he scouted. This was super smart. And this is just over. I mean, we just lost everything. GG going to be called Nesh going to take a quick 1-0 lead here against Kame and a really cool build
Yeah,
from the
I
scout
mean,
there. I like that.
he definitely delivered, that's for sure. You were like talking earlier about like all the interesting weird builds
He does
that
weird
Nesh
stuff,
can
man.
pull off. And we just saw it. We just saw it. 2 factory against Zerg. It works.
Yeah. 2-fact vulture tank push against Zerg. Tell me how
Yeah.
many times have you seen that before?
I can tell you right now, it's 0. I think this is the first time I've seen it in my entire life.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I like to try and put myself in these situations and think about how I would have done it. If I scouted I don't think that's what I would have done if I scouted 3 hatch before gas. I think what Nesh did was like one of the best responses you could have gone for. I actually can't think off the top of my head of anything better. I would have gone 1-1-1, which of course is going to go Hydra, right? So yeah, I think Nesh was super smart about that push. Very cool.
Yeah, Nesh definitely has a good grasp on TVZ and in the early game, all the different like little quirks and weaknesses that Zerg might have this early on. It's really fun to see, really interesting to I don't know. We just got to take note of it.
Yeah.
I got to have this build in the back of my pocket now.
Well, and that's kind of one thing that's good about when you play this way, like this kind of like quirky style. Anytime there's like anything weird or off meta, it's like you have an advantage in the sense that you're more used to adapting on the fly to like strange situations versus like people that have like a standard consistent way of playing. So that is like actually an advantage of playing like weird and quirky sometimes. In fact, a lot of good players will tell you it's actually not a bad idea to make an account where you just cheese, like just practice cheese and be in these like weird, intense micro situations and like, yeah, like where you have to make judgment calls and things like that. It's actually legitimately good practice.
All right. Getting into our next game on Dominator, spawning on the top left, the 11 o'clock position. It is Kame.
And his opponent here on the 3 o'clock position, we have our Terran player currently up 1-0, Nesh.
I've heard the way to memorize the 3 starting points on Dominator is to think about 3 7-11s.
3 7-11s.
Yeah,
Nice.
because it's 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 11 o'clock.
Those are like the kind of rhymes you get in like school or something to remember something.
Yeah, yeah, for like your math or something like that, your formulas.
Yeah.
Or language classes even. I don't know. Sometimes though, even if I have that memorized, I still click on the wrong place. I think recently it's the 7 o'clock that's been tripping me up. I keep thinking it's 8 o'clock. I keep going too far upwards.
Yeah.
All right, we're going for a wall off here. I know Dominator has a bit of an interesting way you have to wall off because there's like a random bit of there's like a random part there that you can't build on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can full wall on any of the spawns anymore, which I think is fair. I do think full walling is too strong. As a Terran player, okay, I can admit that I think full walling is too strong. I'm unbiased, man. I'm unbiased. What can I say?
You're a traitor to the Terran race.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm called a traitor to Protoss and a traitor to Terran, so I guess I just need to default to Zerg now.
Yeah, maybe Zerg is your true calling. I don't know, man. After Nesh showed us that last game, I feel like I gotta keep playing Terran. I gotta play that on my cheese account, you know.
Absolutely, I encourage people to do that for practice every now and then.
Okay,
coaching lesson 3.
It looks like Nesh and Kame they're both deciding that, you know what, the cheese and the off meta, we're not doing it this time. We're just gonna go standard, wall off at the natural into like command center, and Zerg is just gonna get their gas on time, and we're not gonna do anything tricky like pool first or triple hatch.
What happened? Nesh did like a weird This was like a weird CC timing. Right?
Was it?
Yeah, something's a little bit off because our
Wasn't
our
it a 15
depot.
CC?
Well, we started our CC. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. I
It
feel
is
like it was,
early. So I think normally, if this was 18 CC, the command center wouldn't be like this far
yeah.
out.
It wasn't 18 for sure. It was 15, I think, but I could have sworn that CC comes after your barracks is done, but we started it like way before our barracks was done.
Do you think this was command center first? I don't.
No. It wasn't 13 CC either. That's what I'm saying is a weird timing. I'm not sure
Oh,
exactly what
okay,
just happened.
That's interesting. Maybe it was 14, like barracks, and then immediately command center before barracks.
Yeah, it could have been something like that. Yeah, maybe cut one. Because our depot was a little bit delayed too. But all right. Sixling's gonna pop in here. One SCV gonna go down. Nice little bit of rotation there from Kame not to lose a lane. And these SCVs will just have to sit here for a little bit and kind of not mine until a few extra Marines come out.
Oh, this is scary and annoying to do as Terran. Like your Marines popping out on the wrong side, and you have to move everything to get them in. Definitely takes out a lot of like APM and focus you could have been using on other things.
Yeah, the part that really sucks for Nesh here is we don't have that SCVO on the map, so we don't know if he was continuing to make lanes or not. So we're having to hurt our mining more than we have to, right? Because we didn't know.
Yeah, these two SCVs realistically cannot. I mean, we as observers know there's only 5, but yeah, if he was like massing up lanes and just decides to attack and you didn't have an SCV there, then oh
Yeah.
look, a medic out in front. Are we 2 barracks? Or are we only 1 barrack?
This is a one Raxacad build.
Oh,
This
I
is
see.
my favorite build, TVZ.
That's interesting. So I guess we're not going to go for like the 5-minute move out, or like, do you do 5-minute move out if you're only doing 1 barracks academy?
No. This build is more so that you have both stim and range when the mutas get to your base, or very soon after. So it's like very, very strong, and you have 3 racks production and stim and range when the mutas first show up. And what happens is you can go very light on turrets and posture forward, because if the mutas go in, you have stim and range completed, and you're like a very, very threatening on the counterattack.
Oh, I see. So it's actually pretty aggressive. 4 medics actually already out here from Terran. I think it's always good to get the medics early so that they can start banking up energy as soon as possible. And now that the eBay is finished, we've started to build turrets. So overall, everything looking very, very good for Terran. Barracks getting lifted off so that it can move back in with his friends and family. And Zerd getting a Hydra Den now. So we're actually playing this very standard.
Okay, so this might be more like what we saw against Tarson, because this is kind of jogging my memory a little bit, where he makes very few mutas and goes straight into the lurker, is what he did last time.
Yeah, but we see him actually making a normal amount of mutas this time around. 5 are out on the map. They do get one of the SCVs building a turret, so that's always a good catch. But overall, not a whole lot of damage being done here. Maybe he should have just stuck with 3.
Yeah, and he hasn't added any more mutas, right? So this is kind of what I was trying to allude to earlier, where he's really skipping out on a lot of the mutas. He's only made 6 so far, and just trying to rush into lurker. And basically, like, I'm going to try to buy time, and I hope you don't attack me before I get my lurker rush up. But Nesh not falling for it. He's going straight across the map, and yeah, now we're going to have to make a bunch of extra Sunkens, which is going to hurt our economy. And especially if Nesh becomes aware of this and pivots down this way, then he has to make even more Sunkens, right? Because we just don't have the muta count.
Yeah, Nesh playing this very aggressively and very intelligently as well. I think as soon as he scanned and saw 3 Sunkens were being built, he just decides to go home.
Yeah, and this may come and make some extra mutas, so that's pretty nice as well for Nesh. Not letting him get away with that exceptional greed that he likes to go for.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised he decided to go all the way home though, instead of like trying to third base. Because yeah, if he could have forced Kami to make Sunkens at his 3rd as well, like that would have also been like crazy damage for not a whole lot of cost on your end. You never actually have to commit to it.
Yeah, I'm actually also surprised he came all the way back home. A lot of times, like if you're worried about them making a bunch of extra units, right? You kind of posture forward a little bit, but you keep regrouping your army. You know, but yeah, he came all the way back home. But by doing that, it allows the mutas to kind of safely come back in here because he sees the army with his overlord just came back home. So he's like, oh, okay, I can go back to harassing and trying to find some damage.
Yeah, and he's being really annoying with these mutas right now. Like, if he was out on the map, like, he would not be suffering this this attack right here. But, okay. Kame also droning up behind this with no pressure. You're obviously allowed to do whatever you want as Zerg. One Sunken does, in fact, go down here, so... Overall, just playing a very safe, very standard game from the Zerg. But, 4 Lurkers actually moving out, trying to contain the Terran here. They're actually on hold position. I don't think Terran knows.
I don't think he was looking. Yeah, I don't think he noticed. I was playing right on the edge, so maybe he noticed. I'm not sure. This is like so close, though.
No, he doesn't know.
No.
There's no.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay. It
wasn't the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, he like traded 2 mutas for like a bunch of bio, so.
I was like waiting for it. Like we both were like holding our breath, right? I was like just waiting for the whole army to blow up, and the first hit, like the first volley came out, and nothing died, and I was like, what?
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. But ultimately, like, this is still good for Zerg, right? Like, 4 Lurkers. Like, first of all, you got, like, probably half the bio. And these 4 Lurkers are actually being so threatening right now. Forcing the Terran to build a bunker and just kind of stay back. This is only 4 Lurkers, by the way. Like,
yeah.
I've seen people try to pull this off with, like, 10. He's, like, basically getting the same job done with 4. He missed, like, a little... Oh, my God. Terran actually slips through from the bottom side here. Maybe this is why people do it with 10 instead of 4.
Yeah, he does kind of find a little bit of an opening. Kills it overlord on the bottom side and briefly. Supply blocks coming. We do have that hive on the way. What is our vessel timing for Nesh right now? Because that's, like, really important. Okay, we're going Valkyries. Which is really interesting because of the Lurker rush. Wait, no, it's drop. Sorry, this is double dropship. He's rushing double dropship.
Oh, okay.
I like that a lot. Okay.
I also like Valkyries. It would have made me happy if you went Valkyrie.
At first I meant to, like, accusatory, like, why are we going Valkyrie? You see Lurkers, but okay. This makes more sense because it's very light on the mutas, and that actually makes where your dropships can be very, very strong. So I like that much more. Yeah,
and of course Lurkers, their favorite thing to do, they're just like siege tanks, right? You just like put them somewhere, you burrow them, and you don't want to move them again. So dropships being like a mobile answer to like just piling Lurkers onto choke points is it's a very good move from Terran. Oh my God, these mutas might be in the perfect position to not intercept this. Oh, Scourge! One hits.
Oh my God.
Okay. This drop is still gonna come down here and more or less succeed.
Yeah, and he's gonna be able to shuttle some more Marines in if he wants to, as well. I mean, just even picking off the mutas is actually pretty good value already. Plus, Zergus is just gonna be scrambling to kind of clear this. Bunch of Lings do pop out. Lurker gets a really big volley though, so gonna be able to clean this up pretty nicely overall, actually. For Kame, so I think Kame's in a pretty good spot right now.
Nesh still has a drop to play with. And he's going to drop once again near the ramp this time. And he kills both Scourge, so the dropship is going to stay alive. Let's see how many drones he can get with these 4 Marines here.
Wait, these 4 Marines are doing more damage almost than that first full drop.
Only 1 drone, though, so wasn't catastrophic damage for the Zerg, but it was still... This is still like the kind of moves you want to make as Terran. And we're going Physics Lab, so we're going to get battle cruisers up very shortly. I wonder if he's going to go for like 2 to 4 vessels straight into battles, or straight into BCs, I mean.
Yeah. Okay, Defilers are out now, so that's pretty decent then for the vessel timing. I mean, the one thing that for Nesh that was like pretty good was he killed pretty much all the mutas. I think there was 1 muta left only, so he at least had that going for him. But yeah, definitely not as much damage as he would have hoped for.
All right,
Oh,
another
no.
drop ship just going to get intercepted here. One Marine somehow manages to pop out.
How did he
I
get
don't know how
out?
that happened.
That's
But,
some fast fingers right there.
oh my god, he's going to get... that one Marine that got popped out at the very last possible moment gets a drone at the very end. So that drop did about as much economic damage as the last one.
True. Actually true. We finally have our first radius coming
away
down.
at this lurker stack here. This is, by the way, this is why you, as Zerg, should always stack your lurkers at choke points, because that way only one of them can get irradiated at a time. But we're really ramping up the pressure as Terran, and we kind of need to. Once Zerg gets onto 4 gases with defilers, they can start going into Ultra, and then the game becomes really from there.
Yeah, I'm actually really worried for Nesh. Kali was able to get up to 4 gas very early, without taking hardly any damage. And we are quickly getting to the point where it becomes extremely difficult for Terran to play. He has not found enough damage. Like, we're killing some lurkers, which is great now. We're making him spend some gas. Gonna get one defiler here, which is nice. But it needs to be so much more. And with the vessel going down, it's not good enough, right? We have to retain the vessel count. Especially if we're trying to transition to BCs this quickly.
Yeah, retaining the vessels is absolutely crucial when we're going for this kind of early BC attack. The BCs are meant to cause a lot of like, are meant to sort of try and pull the Zerg apart. But if you don't have enough vessels or irradiate to deal with the defilers on the ground, the game is still going to be like difficult for you. And these Zerglings actually catching this base kind of unattended here. They're going to town on these SEVs. Terran taking a lot of economic damage here, and Nesh isn't reacting to this at all. He's distracted somewhere else.
Yeah, he's so focused on this up here that he genuinely is not realizing he just lost an entire mineral line, and finally he looks over and sees it. But you can't be taking this kind of damage when you're already in this position, right? Like, we haven't even got to the scary part of the ultras coming out. It's just a handful of lanes.
Yeah, our army is also like starting to look smaller and smaller compared to the Zerg. We've already overtaken Terran in supply. Kame, his macro machine is really coming online here, and I feel like Terran is going to start feeling the pain real soon.
Yeah, can we check the upgrades? Okay, so we're at 1 armor on Zerg right now. What's the attack for Terran? Okay, we're at +2, so we have a slight advantage at least in the upgrades for Terran, but I think we're so far behind in supply that it's just not going to be enough to matter.
Yeah, you always want to be either equal or an upgrade ahead compared to Ultralisks. But if you don't have like the critical mass of Marines needed to fight Ultras, it doesn't even matter what your upgrades look like. It's just going to be a sad day for your bio ball. And these battle cruisers even not doing anything coming out here. We saw one just get picked off by Scourge. I think it was on move command. And this one unable to really get the economic damage it's looking for. And this base still not retaken from Terran. And I think these Lings are even going to clean up this small Marine ball here. So, okay, so the reinforcements are going to take care of it, but still, the situation's going from bad to worse for Terran.
Yeah, Kame's just completely outgrowing Terran at this point, and Terran, he went for this fast 4th base, which is nice. Like, I like that from Nesh. If you can kind of control it and get up to like 3 or 4 starport and maybe start to make a comeback that way, but you just see how much value Kame is getting throughout the map and how little damage he took, honestly, from the early aggression from Nesh.
Terran does kill this base here, so this is a good victory for Nesh. Unfortunately, this basically just turns Zerg's Giga advantage into a Mega advantage. So the game is still very, very far from one for Terran. In fact, I think Zerg might only be like a couple A moves away from just taking the win.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. We see the swarms coming down. Zerg starting to breach the natural here with the swarms and just this massive Lings. And I mean, Kame's up 40 supply as a Zerg player on Hive Tech, right? We are irradiating Zerglings. That's how desperate we are to stay alive.
Yeah, and these vessels... We're continuing to irradiate Zerglings here. Unfortunately, not even that is going to be enough to save this position here. GG, Nesh calls it, and we are 1-1.
All right, Kame tying the series up. with his as we mentioned multiple times now, it's kind of off meta. Just this like low mute account into lurker rush into hive tech and just being like really eco heavy. It's just not normal. It's
Yeah.
normal-ish.
Yeah, it's just weird enough to throw you off as a Terran player,
Yep.
but it's
I
not
think that's
so
exactly it.
weird that like it's not so weird that it's like cheese, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, it's exactly. You're not cheesing me. It's just it's throwing his opponents off, right? Like when I'm seeing it, like we're watching it, there's like clear windows that Terran has to make something happen, right? Like when Nesh first pushed out, because we're so low on the muted count, he can go pressure the third, right? He can force those sunkens and pressure the third, and it actually hurts Zerg a lot. But in a normal game against 2.5 hatch, it's like that's a terrible idea. If you do that, you're gonna get overrun. But because of how Kami plays it, it's like, oh, my brain tells me I shouldn't keep going. I need to regroup and add to my army. But because of Kami's style, it's actually the normally incorrect play is the correct play against Kami's style.
Yeah, and that's really what throws you off as a Terran player, especially with the way Terran works. Like everything has to be around timings. Everything has to be around like, oh, what your power spike is. When are you strong? When are you weak? When do you know that you're strong? When can you push an advantage? And if everything just feels off, then it's just so hard to know how to play the game from Nesh's position.
Yep, absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game 3, the final game of this series. We have our Terran player, Nesh, here in the top left.
And on the top right, after tying the series 1-1, it is Kame.
All right, does Nesh try to play a normal SK Terran again? Or do we bring out more of the weird stuff that worked so well for us in the first game?
I mean, I feel like we play something weird game number 1 and win. We play normal game number 2 and lose. I think I know what the strategy should be for Terran, but I also know that some Terrans will either they think one of two things, right? Like one is, oh, that last game, if I just did X, I would have won. So I could play like standard again and take this. Or the other thing that they think is they're gonna know that I'm gonna go for a cheese. So what if I played standard? Like they wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, and I guess we're gonna get our first 12 hatch out of Kami. It's interesting. I was wondering if Nesh would go for Arax because he likes to do Arax builds. But I agree with him not going Arax because Kami's been doing these random early pool builds. So I think this is smart of Nesh just to not risk it.
Yeah,
even though it is going to be that 12 hatch, I think going Arax against Kami would be, yeah, too scary.
I'm fairly certain 8 racks auto loses to any pool first, except maybe 4 pool. So I'm also pretty like, I agree with you. Like the decision should just be to open pretty standard. What I'm kind of wondering is if Nesh is going to bring out some kind of weird mid-game play. Is he going to go mech again? Is he going to go for Wraith? You mentioned that Wraith is something he likes to play, so that would be exciting to see.
See, look at this, by the way. This is what a normal 15cc looks like. It's after the Rax is done. That SCV builds it. So I don't know. I think you're right. I think he cut an SCV and made like a 14cc or something.
Yeah. It definitely should come after the barracks, because I'm pretty sure you're supposed to use the SCV that built the barrack to make the CC. Like the timing just like works out for them.
Yeah, and in the last game, the CC was building before the barracks was done, so I was so confused about when I was looking at it. I will say, too, I can't believe Nesh... So I've kind of, like... I stopped going 15cc if I get drone scouted, right? Because you don't have a way of handling the probe, or the drone killing your SCV. But Nesh just built the CC in his face without the barracks, or without a marine, and Kami just left, so... I don't know if there's like an agreement or like
it's
what's
not
going
fair.
on.
That never happens when I go 15cc.
Yeah.
No, you're so right though. Like I'm in the same, like I've been punished before for going for 15cc when they scout me with the drone. I've been punished for going 15cc when they like scout me with an overlord, because sometimes they'll just like build 6 lings unexpectedly, and you don't have enough Marines to deal with that, right? So it's only like very specific circumstances in which I would even consider doing something greedy like 15 command center. But no, Nesh just like did it right in front of his face and didn't get punished for it. Never punished.
Yeah, Kame did do something a little bit different again this game. He went for this really fast third hatch on location. And this is faster than like a 2.5 hatch timing, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe it was 2.5 on location. I didn't quite see the layer timing, but I think
That is
there
really
is no
fast.
layer. That's
No,
why.
this is
He did this
fast
against
layer.
Tarson. Remember this like really fast armor rush?
Wait. Like from the series a few weeks ago?
Was it Tarson? Was it Kame and Tarson? I think it was, right? Oh, it was Javier. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, I thought that was just a meme build. Like he only did it because he knew he was gonna win against Javi or something.
Yeah, I thought he was like kind of trolling on him too, but apparently this is a real build for him. All right, we'll see how it goes against someone.
Yeah, I mean, I
a
don't
little
even
bit-
have anything to comment on it because I have no idea, like what it's good at, what it's bad at, what it even does. Really, like, I feel like if Nesh here is going for a fast +1, right? Like he went one barracks academy, and now he's getting like triple barracks, maybe even quadruple barracks behind this. This should destroy Kame, right?
I feel like it should be good for Nash. We're gonna have so much bio production, and we're not gonna have to deal with muta harass.
Yeah, there's no muta harass. As far as I can tell, there shouldn't be like that many lurkers either, unless the lurkers like finish like just barely in time or something. Like the only thing Kame's really gonna have against this are lings. And if Nesh, like, I don't even think Nesh needs to build fire bats. Like he's just gonna have so much bio that like it'll take an infinite amount of lings to kill it.
Did Nash realize it? Did he skip turrets? Or do we have turrets?
I don't see any turrets.
Okay, so he identified this as a non-muta build. That is huge, by the way. Like the fact that he realized it and doesn't build turrets here is massive.
Okay, so we do have the Hydra Den completed. Lair should also be finished promptly. So I do expect to see him try to defend this with lurkers, and I think that is the only way you defend a bio ball off like a 5 racks bio attack with +1 here. He's gonna try and delay as much as possible with the lings. Basically, if the bio arrives before the lurkers, he's dead. But if the bio arrives after lurkers, he's still good.
Yeah. I think the window is going to be closing for Nash to get damage pretty shortly.
That was some pretty satisfying targeting from the Marines. Like 1, 2, 3, dead. Good on Nesh. I mean, okay, the lurkers are being morphed. I think they will finish barely in time
Yeah, he's fine.
to get underground before the bio comes. But I don't know, we're cutting it close. The bio is already at the double bridges. If he stims right now, he could catch these lurkers before they burrow.
That was a little bit dicey, yeah. Neshkina's gonna
gonna
go
go
for
for
it. We're low ground right now. This is crazy. He's gonna get 2 of the lurkers, and the other one's gonna pivot back behind the Sunkens, and that's gonna be all the damage he really gets for now.
Oh my god!
And-
I swear, if the trench wasn't there, he could have busted. Like he definitely looked at that and was like, "I've been in this situation before. I can attack," but he was not like prepared for the trench debuff.
Wait, Kame just sent his lurkers from 3 o'clock. Does he have any more over there? No, he has none to replace the ones that he just threw away. If Nesh identifies this, he can break this base and actually take a lead from here. Because right now, this is not looking good for Nesh.
Oh my god, that is so smart of him. Look, he did identify it, and I think he's gonna try and attack up into here. 3
Oh, man.
Sunkens is still a lot of Sunkens though, and he's attacking uphill, but he's gonna go in with the medics first. The medics are actually blocking the Marines. Oh my god, this is actually a bit of a disaster. It's not working out the way that he hoped, but the drones are still pulled. A lot of them go down. The lurkers come up to try and rescue this base. I think Zerg is just barely gonna hold this off, but not before losing like 6 or 7 probes, or 6 or 7 drones.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Nesh. So sending the medics in first is what you're supposed to do, but he just didn't go far enough in, right? And it turned into a body block situation instead. That's really unfortunate that we just didn't quite have the timing of when to turn around with our medics. I think all 3 Sunkens got relatively low, and I think we ran out of scans for those lurkers too.
These 4 lurkers just out in the middle of the map here, but it's not going to get punished, unfortunately, for Nesh.
They're not dying, man. They got that armor rush.
Continuing to be aggressive, though, and he's going for tanks, which I think is the right move. I'm not really sure. This is like such an odd game. Like, I can't really tell who's winning, but I feel like that, even though we didn't break the 3rd base, like,
it went really
because
well.
we killed 6 or 7 drones and forced like the lurkers to rotate downwards and killed a bunch of lurkers as well. I think we're in a really good position as Terran.
I don't know if he has enough scans right now. He might be out of scan. Okay, he had 1 more. Alright, so he's gonna clear this up and break this base. That's nice. What's the hive timing for coming? What are we looking at? Okay, it's done.
No hive buildings though.
Yeah, I think it must have like just finished. I think he's getting ready to make the Defiler Mound there with that drone that was sitting there.
Yeah, this is definitely a scary position for Kame because I think the vessel will be out before Defilers. So Ned has another timing where if he has like a vessel and a bunch of tanks, he can just like break into the natural, essentially like unimpeded.
Yeah, the question is how many units are these lurkers going to catch on the reinforcements? We're seeing some units dying on the mini-map here, just kind of rallying into it. Okay, there, he noticed. This is so annoying to deal with because it's like, let me just focus on my push, man. Stop putting these lurkers in the way.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be dealing with so many different things at once, especially if you have like units as important as the tank to protect. But here we go. He does actually, even though some Marines are still getting caught from the reinforcements, the rest of his reinforcements do arrive just in time from the top to try and engage into this fight here. But the lurker flank from the bottom side catches a lot of those Marines. Nesh not pulling away in time. I think he was macroing or something, and this push just gets completely deflected without the use of any defilers.
Yeah, that was a really sick engage for Kame. His units aren't dying because of this Carapace rush that he went for. Like, they're just so much tankier than you're used to dealing with.
Yeah, it definitely plays a role. I mean, I think Nesh like looked at that situation, was like, I can kill these lurkers in time before they can get too much damage done. And yeah, I don't know, even like +1 or 2 Carapace makes such a big difference when you're dealing with, you know, units that shoot really quickly but do little damage, such as the Marine.
Yeah, it's crazy because like you gotta have this like kind of innate rhythm to it when you're fighting lurkers with Marines, where it's like you kind of know when they're supposed to die. So it's like you target and then you swap target and then you swap target, but it doesn't work here because they have the Carapace advantage, which never happens. Like you never have this situation, so your like internal timing of when to change targets is completely thrown off.
Oh my god, Kame is doing so well with this like group of lings. He might even catch a tank or both tanks here. One of them does go down. Even 2 more Marines like on the backside and this medic as well. This small group of lings actually doing terrible damage to this conga line push.
Brother, they don't die. These are like Protoss units wearing Zerg skin. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, and that's not even, we're not even at the what's it called, the apex of the plan yet, because once the ultras pop out, then it's truly, you're gonna see the Carapace difference here.
I guess the snipe on that vessel too does at least get a free defiler there.
Where are the tanks going?
They were gonna go kill the base, man.
These lurkers, they don't die.
They don't
Oh my god,
die.
Nash! Yeah, you absolutely need to constantly pay attention to your army when you're in this kind of situation. The push forward from the defilers and the lurkers constantly is relentless. And even if you don't pay attention for like 1 second, that's like half your army is dead from like 1 or 2 volleys, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The one saving grace for Terran, though, is that Zerg is still only on 3 bases. So the macro advantage still isn't as high as before. And even if Zerg gets this base up, this is a mineral-only base. So the situation doesn't look as bad necessarily as the last game.
Yeah, agree. And these Marines are getting a lot of value. So Nesh can probably start taking a base relatively soon. Kame is trying to take that 12 o'clock base, which is wild. Good targeting on these Scourge to get them all down. Gonna kill the Defiler here. And I think we're gonna be able to kill this base too. So, okay, this is a good pick off for Nesh. This got a lot of value. And we killed the base in the top at 12 o'clock. I don't think that was a cancel. Yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah, this is a good series of events for Nesh. This is exactly what we need to get back into the game. And if you look on the bottom left, Nesh actually taking a secret base. If this doesn't get scouted, like, we're actually on even terms, or we're actually even in terms of economy, which is always good for Terran.
The Firebat Swarm has arrived to deal with your mass carapace lings. Another vessel goes down for free. This has kind of been a real problem for Nesh the last couple games. The number of vessels that we're losing to just a couple Scourge at a time is not good. It's not great.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how good how the Terran position is still good, but if we keep losing vessels like this, I mean, we still haven't really built up any kind of vessel cloud, and that's something we really need more than anything else going into late game SK Terran. Now that the Ultras are out, though, we also don't have the Bio Ball to be able to deal with it. Tanks are going to help, but if we don't have critical mass, these Ultras are just going to run us over. Oh no, is this vessel going to die too?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nesh getting pushed all the way back to his natural. We have the Defiler showing up with these Ultras too. Big plague on top of all these Marines. We're going to see some swarms dropping down. Going to push him back into his natural. And as we all kind of know, we're eating our Defiler. Well, there's one Ultra left and it's kind of low. So we're going to hold on. Kami is ahead in supply though, and we're going to see another swarm of units coming across the map. Can Nesh hold on? Because Kame is on a little bit of a timer. We're at 16 minutes now. We're still on that 3 base. If Nesh can stabilize, man, that's brutal.
That is brutal. I just watched like 30 Marines die, like instantly. Like I was not expecting that, but I guess they were all plagued and at 1 HP, and those are lings with crack. So unfortunately, I don't think Nesh is going to be holding on. He calls it GG. Nesh will unfortunately be eliminated. And Kame is going to move on to the final round for today.
Yeah, what a strong style. So there we kind of saw it against a much stronger player, and I saw in chat during that game that apparently Kame also beat Gypsy with this build. So this is a legitimate non-meme build apparently. And honestly, looking at it, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't know what I would say would be the best response once you scout it, right? Because at first I thought, oh yeah, the 5 racks are eBay, like that's got to be super strong because you have so many units. But I guess the lurkers get out with +1 carapace so fast that it's too hard to break them.
Yeah, I think Nesh actually had the right idea there, right? Like the 5 racks +1 seemed like it could work. Unfortunately, it didn't work well enough. Like, I think if he played it maybe a little bit better, if the medics obviously didn't block when he was trying to go up that ramp, like that could have easily turned into like a game-winning advantage, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And once again, when he was doing the follow-up tank push, that was also like a really good timing. But I think he just like moved his bio back too late, and the lurker spines actually ended up killing like a ton of Marines.
Yeah, I don't think he respected how tanky those units were going to be, right? And that seems to be the biggest thing about the build. It's more of a gotcha build in a way, because it completely throws your senses off because nothing's quite exchanging the way they're used to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Nesh just got thrown off a bit by the carapace build. I mean, I've only ever seen Kame do this build, and if Nesh hasn't played Kame before, like I would also be very like it's totally understandable that he would be confused.
All right, cool stuff.
All right, it looks like we're going to take a quick break before our final series. Don't go anywhere, guys. It is going to be Kame versus Worst, PVZ.
Nice. Go ahead.
I was about to say go ahead, but okay. Welcome back, everybody, to IPSL. We are, of course, on our final match. It is going to be between Worst and the winner of the last game, which is Kame. I wasn't trying to stall, trying to figure out which player actually won the last game, but it was, in fact, Kame. He won 2-1. And we're going to be getting into this game soon. Any predictions going into it?
I got to go with my boy Worst. I like his PVZ. I think it's his best matchup. And I mean, Kame obviously has genuinely impressed me thus far. I've been, yeah, I really enjoy his style. I don't know what his PVZ looks like, or sorry, his EVP, but it's just hard for me to imagine Worst losing PVZ. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Maybe a little bit biased. I'm a Worst fan, obviously, but
yeah, I mean, you did mention earlier that he was PVZ was in fact his good matchup, which I mean that's plenty impressive already, considering a lot of
Yeah.
Protosses like to complain about PVZ being their hard matchup. So it's interesting to see that Worst is very confident in it, and you're very confident in Worst being good at it. So I can't wait to see what Worst has in store for us. You said he was like a very standard player overall. So I get like, does he just like hit his macro very well? Is he good at defending Hydra pushes? Is he good at microing the zealots? Like what is it about his PVZ that you have such confidence in?
I think it's just his understanding of how to execute the matchup, right? And that's really what that matchup comes down to a lot. Like there is a lot of like, there is some of the micro intricacies and stuff like that, but I feel like he understands like what his job is throughout the game, and I think that's where he plays it really strong.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, PVZ is definitely one of the weirder matchups. Like it kind of feels like as Protoss, you're like the Terran in that situation where you're kind of holed up on two bases. You just need to survive the early game, right? You have some options to try and play it aggressive, but in general, you're just holed up in your two base setup, trying to get your tech on time, trying to
Yeah.
scout the Zerg, see what kind of like thing you need to defend next. But yeah, definitely a weird matchup to try and figure out. So very interesting and confidence boosting, I guess, to hear that Worst just like knows the matchup inside and out.
Yeah, and so here we go, hopping into our first game here. We have our Protoss player, Worst. Sorry about that. Spawning in the top right corner.
And on the bottom right, our blue Zerg, it is Kame.
Yeah, I will say Limus is definitely kind of a weird one too if Kame wants to do something odd, because you do have that back door. It's kind of Dark Origin-esque in that sense. And there was a build I saw that I watched Range lose to it, and I don't actually know what you're supposed to do, where it was a 2-hatch like heavy Hydra build, right?
Okay.
And so of course it's like, oh, well, I scouted, I just make a bunch of cannons in the front. But then he kills the Temple in the back, and now you have to worry about the Hydras come from the back. So then it's like, okay, well, I need to make cannons, like, what? Like, on my ramp? Like, behind my mineral line? Like, where do I make them? But then you make those cannons, and then you don't have enough money to hold the bus just hitting you head on instead. So it's like, I actually don't know how you deal with it.
That is interesting. Yeah, especially since well, on top of like you just have to defend two fronts at once, and cannons obviously can't move.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah,
you're just
that's
gonna
the
have
problem.
to set up like an entire like new set of infrastructure on your ramp to be able to hold that off. I think the only saving grace to that is because it's like up a ramp, you probably don't need as many cannons to hold off that part as you do the front of your base. But
Yeah.
still, like wasting like 100 minerals for a pylon and like say 450 for a cannon, like that really puts you
Exactly.
behind.
That's exactly the problem, right? It's not a big investment, like you said, because I thought about that too. I was like, well, it's only like, what, 2 or 3 cannons probably on that high ground, and maybe like some zealots or something, right, to try to block it from just walking up the ramp. But if you put that investment there, then you don't have that investment in your front, and then how do you hold your front, right? Like, because when you're holding Hydro Bust PVZ, it's pretty tight usually.
Yeah, a lot of it really seems to come down to the wire, the probes getting pulled, like the cannons just barely like building enough to kind of hold it in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, and obviously if you build too many cannons, Zerg comes out of this with an eco advantage.
Yep. Yeah, it's tough. It
So
can
even
be
if
tough.
you do end up holding the Hydra bust, maybe you spent like money on like 7 or 8 cannons rather than like 3 or 4. And that's a big deal in PvZ.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, it doesn't look like we're getting anything crazy like that from Kame. Just putting it out there that I'd seen some of that, and I wasn't sure how to deal with it. So if anybody has any suggestions, let me know in Discord or something later.
Yeah, I do tell. We have some struggling brethren here out on the ladder.
I'm not even a Protoss player either, I guess. I'm just curious. I guess that's what it comes down to.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I'm also curious. I don't have an answer for you either. It just like theoretically just like sounds like it's just a good build. Like it just works on this map.
Yeah.
You should always do it as Zerg. But I don't know, maybe there's a reason why we don't see it that often. The reason could be that nobody knows this strategy exists or nobody's figured out how to actually like execute it properly. Or I don't know, maybe there is a real reason. But
Yeah,
okay.
hard to say. Either way, we're getting a super standard opener so far instead from both players. Which is exactly what I expected from Worst.
Yeah, Worst. Playing super standard, nothing out of the ordinary. The only thing that's a little bit out of the ordinary is it seems like Kame is also playing super standard. But I don't know. He could start going off meta at any point. You know, you got to pay attention.
Yeah, it's so funny when you have players like that, by the way, where it's like the most cheesy thing they could do is to not cheese you.
But I feel like, though, like, because Kame doesn't have a reputation as a cheat, like, okay, obviously, like I don't know Kame, and I don't really know people who know Kame, and I don't know if Worst knows Kame, but assuming he doesn't, right? Like, you can't use your reputation as a cheeser to do anything. So if you play standard, but they don't know that you usually cheese, that doesn't actually give you any kind of advantage.
Yeah, of course.
But
yeah,
I don't know.
And
I don't know what kind of history they have.
Kame doesn't strike me as like a cheesy player, right? I don't really get that vibe from him. He's just got his own way of playing macro. That's the way it feels to me. Now,
yeah,
a good example of kind of what I'm saying that I think is funny. For example, I would call Julia, I would say that he's cheesing me if he took a completely normal third base.
All the Polish players instantly know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's if you're really expecting them to play a certain way, like you start incorporating that into like your regular build too, right? That's something that I feel like I should do more often. I very famously and publicly lost to someone who went like 4-pool like 5 games in a row, and at some point I was just like, I should just build the bunker, you know, because I know they're gonna do it, but I don't want to because it feels wrong. I'm like, no, I shouldn't just assume they're gonna 4-pool, but they did.
Sometimes you gotta metagame your opponent.
You can't always assume that.
Yeah. All right, everything looking super solid and standard from Worst. Oh, we got a couple of probes going out the back left, actually.
Wait.
But did we block this? Yeah, this is a mistake, right? How did this happen? I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I have no idea. I thought he was gonna like start building cannons there and just maybe accidentally sent like an extra one, but no, I think it was just maybe a misrally.
Yeah, some sort of strange misclick happened there or something. I'm not sure exactly what caused that. Yeah. Well, these Corsair are doing a good job of cleaning up the Scourge, and the Scourge actually going to go down as well. So this is kind of nice, actually. I mean, to only have 4 Corsair and kill a handful of Scourge,
That's
I'd
not
be
something
very
we
happy
see
with
every
that.
day.
Yeah.
That was some good Corsair micro too. I believe that was the like we were seeing Worst do a bit of stutter stepping because there's no way the Corsairs can like attack and move at the same time like that.
All right, we're gonna get that 5-hatch Hydra from Kame. I talk about this all the time, probably too much. Maybe I over respect 5-hatch. I just think 5-hatch is a very strong build because it comes at a timing where as Protoss you feel like you shouldn't have to build a bunch of cannons, but you do, or you'll die. Like you have to
That's a fair
respect 5-hatch.
point, yeah. Especially if it comes either before storm or when you only have like one storm.
Yeah, see, there you
Like
go. Look
that
at
might
this.
just be like the perfect timing to trick the Protoss into thinking they're safe when they're not. But it looks like Worst, once again, like he knows the matchup in and out, right? Like we saw him just like put down 4 cannons. He knows this is coming.
Yeah. And it's
Not
strange
falling for
because
it.
like it feels like you shouldn't have to, right? Because it's like, look, my Templar are coming out, like I shouldn't have to do this, but it's also Kami's not being aggressive with it at the same time. So these cannons might not even be tested. This is like a defensive 5-hatch. I'm not entirely sure.
Actually, yeah. Is this more of the Kame off meta? Like
Yeah.
what? We haven't done anything aggressive with this 5-hatch Hydra build. But I don't know. Okay, we are moving out onto the map now. We might even catch these Corsairs. No, Worst playing very intelligently with his positioning there. And meanwhile, back at home, Templar has finished, and they are starting to build up a good amount of energy. I feel like once... Okay, so he is going to be aggressive. It's just a little later than maybe we expected. One Storm already being thrown out. I fear that was a little bit premature from the Protoss. We might actually need to be saving the Storm for when Zerg try to bust this position wide open, or when you try to break out of it yourself.
Yeah, the aggression came late enough that Worst isn't in any trouble because he's got all the storms, but it did make him make the cannons. So, again, I know we keep talking about it, but it's like Kame doesn't quite follow the rules. He went 5-hatch into Hydra into just mass drone 6-hatch 4th base without the aggression. Like, who does it this way? It doesn't make any sense.
It sort of plays to an advantage of the build, though, right? Like this is
Yeah.
partly why 5-hatch Hydra is so good. Is you don't actually even really need to commit to it. Like 5-hatch to 6-hatch just basically means you have enough Hydras. If you have enough Hydras to attack, you certainly have enough Hydras to defend, right? And if Protoss over defends, you can easily just like transition that into a 4th base, into Hive Tech, into just getting more ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Worst didn't like overreact. It was only like 3 additional cannons, so it's not like he had like some crazy investment into it. And it's getting up to that supply where he's going to be looking to come out pretty soon. He should have a decent goon ball building up. Yeah, he is behind us at least. And once he has like at least a control group of goons, he's got his Templar building up a lot of energy in the meantime. Around 160, 170 supply is where the death ball from Protoss is very, very scary against the layer tech of Zerg.
Yeah, I think the one kind of disadvantage of going for 5-hatch mass Hydra is I think your tech is quite a fair bit delayed.
Yep.
So Kame is going to have to rely purely on his ability to storm dodge to deflect this attack. The Lurker's only now being started, and I don't even know if they're going to finish in time to really engage. So we do see some Lurkers out onto the field, but yeah, it's not going to be a whole lot. I think we're normally used to seeing like a whole like group of Lurkers sort of spread and ready to defend whatever position they're meant to defend. But yeah, this could be very scary.
Kind of a funny little interaction there. Kame went to go mine, and then his overlord saw the DT and he was like, drones, I need you to come back later.
Yeah, but a smart move nonetheless from Kame, just like making sure his drones don't take any damage, pushing the DT away there. Kame, I think, is really securing for himself in a very economically advantageous position, always making sure he's at least 1 base ahead of Protoss.
Yeah, Kame's playing it pretty well. He does have that hive tech on the way. What we're going to look from worst here, or what he's going to be looking to do is, he's going to be fighting with just his Goon Storm, and he wants to just trade out his Storm and Goons as best he can, as efficiently as he can. So we're not necessarily hoping, like, of course we hope for a kill, but we're not, like, looking for a kill. We just want to make Zerg lose army and spend money on army.
Yeah, this choke point, though, is kind of brutal to try and fight through. Like, we only had 5 lurkers there, but they've already done a lot in terms of both damage and just kind of delaying this push and forcing out a lot of storms from the Protoss here. And we only have one High Templar left in this attack. I feel like Kame might have already basically blunted it, but where are the Hydras?
Yeah, the trade went pretty well for worse so far. It is a lot of lurkers left over and these extra lings coming in. It's a little bit scary because we do only have 1 storm right now, so Worst has to make sure he doesn't overextend, and I think very smartly we're pulling back right now. And we're just going to keep looking for chip damage, but we got to replace these Templar before we can push again. But I would say overall, that was more or less what Worst is looking for. Did kill a lot. He did lose only 3 Templar, which isn't too bad. Only lost a handful of goons, and you kind of see in the supply, like when that fight started, he was even on supply, and when it finished, he was up 40. So these are kind of the trades you're looking for. Obviously, of course, like I said, you want to be able to kill him, but it's a little bit of a process sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of these fights can take forever, but if he's taking good trades, then he's taking good trades, right? Especially in this kind of situation where both players are kind of mirroring each other, economically speaking. Any kind of good trade you can take is going to benefit you in the long run here. But it's also like fairly impressive the way he managed to cut through that position despite like the intense choke. Although it is unfortunate the amount of Templars he had to sacrifice. That possible.
Oh, nice. Oh, we get the kill on that too. That's actually really nice for Worst. I think overall the game's been going pretty well for Kame. He does have that hive tech up. And if Worst doesn't get a really good fight soon and get some damage going, he's going to have to start transitioning into Reavers and things like that, because we're getting close to that Defiler tech from Zerg.
That is a lot of lings from Kame here. I think he looked at the composition for Worst and was like, that's too many goons. I feel like I need to, build a bunch of lings to try and counter it. And there's no Archons for him either. So that was probably a smart choice from him, although it's only going to work this one time. Worst is kind of figuring this out and building zealots in response.
And there's the Reaver. Look, I don't even feel like I need to watch the game. I can just tell you what the game flow is going to be, okay? Based on these two players.
Worst really that predictable, huh?
It was just, yeah, I mean, predictable, I guess. You can say it that way. Like I said, he understands the flow of the game, so I understand how he views the flow of the game as well, and I don't necessarily disagree. I do think it's becoming pretty Kame favored. It's starting to get very hard for Protoss here. The Defiler are out. We have Lurkers. We have pretty good upgrades, I think, on our Lings. And, Protoss is going to go to 4 base, but he's going to need to probably get at least 2 more. And if you look at the map layout, it's really hard to hold 2 more bases.
Yeah, at some point, both players are going to need to start fighting for the middle bases. Dark Swarm is out, but there are a lot of Zealots, and the Dark Swarm in and of itself functions as a giant Storm Here button, or giant Storm Here sign for the for the Protoss. So pushing up here, we are going to push this army back, but at a very hefty price. A lot of Lurkers and a lot of Lings are going down, and they're not exactly getting a good trade for it either.
Yeah, I think this went really well for Kame personally. He evened up the supply, he gets to secure this base, and he cut a lot of the units, and these goons are kind of useless now. Not completely useless, but we're getting there. And I think this is just becoming more and more Kame favored. You can still play it here from Protoss, of course. It starts becoming a value game with Reavers. We could be in for a very, very long game.
These Ling counterattacks are also doing Kame a lot of good here. Unfortunately, the cannons do finish on time, and there are 3 Zealots just like positioned in the left here. Yeah. Oh my god, are we going to catch these probes? Not quite, not quite. I think workers that are like stacked up, you always think they're like a really juicy target, but the way that they're stacked, it always makes it so that like it's impossible to actually target them,
Yeah.
especially if you're using melee units or a Reaver.
Yeah, Kami's
Oh
just
my
kind of
God,
overrunning
these
this
wings.
position.
Yeah, Kami's cracklings are really doing a number on the Protoss.
Yeah, when you start getting Plague and... Okay, here we go. We got our first Storm drop here. Gonna get a handful of drones. Not too bad, but Worst needs a lot more than that.
Okay, we're gonna
We
drop
need to get a
one
lot more than that.
here. That's a big drone stack. How many kills is that? 6? All right, it looked a lot more promising. But that Zealot is still going to town. Zerg gonna try and push into this space here. The Dark Swarm is going to protect these lurkers from the cannons as well as the Dragoon. And I don't know if the one Zealot is really gonna be enough to defend here. If Protoss
also
loses this base, it could be over. It could be the beginning of the end at least.
Yeah, with all-star detection, and there's still one, maybe even two. Looks like 2 lurkers still here under the swarm. And yeah, we're gonna start losing some pros. We did clear out this mineral line, but I don't know. Kami's just getting further ahead. Right, he's up 30 supply now. The swarm just kind of keeps coming, and we're gonna get another big storm drop here. I mean, this is really great damage.
Kills. Worst is doing a lot of really good economic damage. I feel like all he really needs to do at this point is take good trades. If he can take good trades and prevent Zerg from dealing like a bunch of counter damage, which I'm afraid might be what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, he's on one base
yeah,
finally.
he's still in this game if he can do that.
Yeah, we're down to just this one base of mine. He's gonna lose this base on the left. And the Zerg swarm just keeps coming. I mean, these Reaver's gonna get a lot of value now. But I don't think it's going to be enough to come back. This Reaver going to get maybe one more shot. Not quite. Even a play going down to soften up these Zealots so they almost lose to these Lings.
Yeah, well, the plague also does damage to the Lings. In fact, they make them one-shottable, so that's always good for Protoss. I feel like that plague was almost better for Protoss than it was for Zerg. But now that the Zerg has destroyed the 3rd base for Protoss, dude, how does Worst even come back?
It's tough. A huge plague on these Zealots too, going to make them borderline useless now against these Lings and Lurkers. Even a swarm coming down against the Zealots, because why not? Plaguing a single Zealot can do no wrong when you're this far ahead, I guess.
Yeah, at this point, Zerg doesn't even really need to trade efficiently. They just need to trade at all, and any amount of damage you can get on the Protoss is just increasing your advantage more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just kind of feels like it's Worst is on a timer now, right? You know, he's going to keep getting plagued and softened up this way. I mean, look at these Zealots' HP, right? They're just a few love taps away from dying out to all these Lings.
All right, once again, we are pushing up into this base. Zerg has more or less realized what the win condition is. If he can get this Nexus, it's pretty much just over. There's nothing Protoss can do, and yeah, he just GG, and Kami is up 1-0.
Yeah, GG. Well played, Kame. Maybe I've overhyped Worst. I don't know, or maybe underhyped Kame actually is probably the problem here, because Kame has been popping off.
I mean, well, like you said earlier, like we don't really know that much about Kame. Like even if Worst could have like really, really good PvZ, maybe Kame has really, really good ZVP.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, that might be what we're seeing. Like a combination of Kame just has incredibly good macro and a good sense of like a good like amount of game knowledge, but also because he plays a little bit off meta, that could also give him an edge.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it is. It's a little bit awkward. It seems like it's a little bit uncomfortable playing against Kame. We'll see if Worst can make any adaptations. You know, I feel like his flow of the game was correct, but I think he was just thrown a little bit off. And honestly, Kame played it really well. Like he did a good job of defending and getting to his hive tech like pretty timely, right? That was a really, really important part of it, is how quickly he got his hive out after kind of securing a defensive position. And a lot of Zergs will stay on layer tech for far too long, and that's where they can start falling apart against that death ball.
Yeah, that's for sure. But we're gonna go into the next game now. I'm excited to see if Worst is gonna try something a little bit different here. Because even though like, okay, he plays pretty standard most of the time, there are still little variations you can make
Yeah.
and in your game and still have it be like kind of standard, right? Like you can open forward gate instead of forge. You can okay, I've heard people say Sairless is not cheese. I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but I have heard people say that. And if Kame's not going to go for mutas, maybe it's maybe it can work.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a cheese either, but man, I don't want to say that it's bad because the pros do it sometimes, so I can't say it's bad if the best are doing it. But I don't see why people like it. It's so risky to me. And there's still like problems with it even after the fact. Like you can open Sairless, they can do like a spiral reaction to you opening Sairless, which I know you can go Dark Archon, but it's just I don't know. There's even if they don't go Muta, Sair can get good value. You know what I mean? With like Overlord hunting and things like that. So, like I said, I'm not gonna say it's bad. Not a personal fan of it, but you know, maybe.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It's sort of I mean, I kind of mirror your sentiment with some Terran builds, right? Like personally, I don't really like it when Terrans go 1-1-1. Like I feel like even when I see it in ASL, I almost never see it actually work. Like they just kind of do it, and Xur just knows exactly what to do because you know you're playing against other pros, and it just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of benefit to doing that kind of build versus just going straight bio. So I get what you mean. I get what you mean, but I still see people doing it.
Yeah,
Maybe just to mix it up.
I think that's actually a really good comparison that you made, comparing it to 1-1-1. It's kind of like that, where it's a build that's good before it was figured out, but now that it's been around for a long time, like 1-1-1's been around for a long time, it doesn't really feel that strong anymore. Nice delay from Worst there.
Yeah, that was really well played from Worst. Just denying that for as long as possible, just being really annoying with the probe. But yeah, it looks like he's his build is mostly unchanged. Still going for Forge. Still getting that Nexus very soon. And Kame as well, just mostly playing how you would expect.
Yeah, Worst actually got away with a little bit of a greedier cannon too. So this has actually been pretty good for Worst so far. You know, it was overpull into this hatchery that got blocked for a while, and then Worst got to delay his cannon instead of going 13-13. I think he made an extra probe before he made the cannon. So
actually, is that gas early
from Kame?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't call it early.
Okay, because I think he got the gas before the third hatchery, which I always thought you want to double expand against Forge right away.
I mean, it depends. Like, you can do it that way, as hatchery was probably a little bit late as why. Like, because he was so focused on trying to get the natural hatchery up, he might have sent the drone a little bit too late. So in that case, he just would have started the gas before.
I see. Okay, so it just looks like everyone's playing mostly the same as last game. So I'm sort of wondering what kind of adjustments we should expect to see from Worst in this game compared to the last, because Kame sort of demonstrated that if you let him, you know, ease into the kind of late game that he's used to, that his macro will just like overpower you.
Yeah, I think that is exactly true. I think that even though Worst kind of went for the typical like pressure timing that Protoss is looking for, I think you're right that Kame just he's kind of shown us that he can't be allowed to just sit there and do what he wants. Kind of the same that we saw with Eon Zerg, right? When he played against Dragon, where it's like, if these really good Zerg players just are allowed to play their game, it's too much for you to handle, no matter how good your unit control or anything like that is. So definitely see if Worst tries to get some sort of pressure going this time. Maybe do like a little bit of a Zealot Corsair push, like you see a lot of times. Maybe something more along those lines. Which, to be fair, actually, he kind of did last game, but it was a defensive 5-hatch Hydra, which kind of nulled the Zealot push.
Okay, we're going Spire this time around. Okay, no more 5-hatch Hydra. We're going into Muta this time.
Well,
This is
you can
interesting.
still open Spire, and it's just Corsair. You just don't make the Muta. You just make Corsair, or sorry, Scourge for the Corsair.
Yeah, I can see that. I think he actually even did that in the series before, where I remember when I saw the Spire, I got really excited. I was like, "Oh, are we gonna see mutas?" And it just turns out, oh, he's just making Scourge.
Yeah, here we go. Worst is going to try and lean on him with these 3 Zealots, but there's a lot of Lings out, and it really wasn't the best attack angle for Worst either, so I don't think he's going to trade very well. A lot of these Lings got very low without dying. The damage almost perfectly split, actually, amongst those
Yeah,
Lings to not kill very many.
I think Worst might not have been expecting his Zealots to get engaged at that precise time. I normally see really good players do the stutter step with the Zealot and try to keep the probe alive, but I think Worst might not have been paying attention at that exact moment. So that's a bit of an unfortunate catch for him, and it's definitely going to set him a little bit behind.
Yeah, the biggest problem with that is now that those Zealots died and we got these Lings left over, Kame can drone as much as he wants. Like, he has no concern about Zealots coming out for a little while. And if the speedlots come out, they're going to be, 3 less Zealots, right? So it's just not very scary anymore for Kame.
Yeah, it's definitely going to dampen any kind of like mid-game aggression that Protoss is planning. Generally, if you're going to do something like that, you want as many Zealots alive as possible for your timing attack. So I'm kind of getting afraid for Worst here. Like, if we can't put any pressure on in the mid-game, what's stopping Zerg from just taking a 4th, droning up, teching up, doing everything that he wants to do?
Yep, that is the fear, right? We might be getting into a very similar game state. Our 5th hatch is going to be up and running relatively soon. We'll see if he wants to go straight into those Hydras. We just saw a bunch of gas get spent, so I think we did just kill a bunch of Hydras. We made creeps, though, as well. Which is kind of surprising when you're making a bunch of Hydra.
Maybe we're making Muta. Have you considered that? Oh!
You are correct. That actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Yeah. I questioned myself because I was like, why are we making Sunkens after making a bunch of Hydra? Okay, yeah, of course. You are 100% right. It's because we're going Muta.
I knew my Zerg would go Muta eventually, right? It's too tempting. You I wonder what kind of Muta play we're gonna see exactly from him. Like we've watched him go for like 3 Muta against Terran, right? Just to kind of like scare him basically with it, just like some kind of off meta like thing.
Yeah.
But I feel like in this situation, I'm more expecting Kame to get a lot of Muta and try to do an attack with it. I feel like that would actually like be the off meta move that can really get you an advantage.
I mean, it has some potential to catch him off guard. He just started Corsair now because he's like, oh wait, this guy's making like more Muta. Yeah, we only have 3 Corsair and the 1 cannon, and we just saw.
He might catch
this. Like this earlier. Oh man, just getting that Templar is already big.
Yeah, that's huge actually, and there's only 1 cannon here. Oh my god, and the Scourge ends up catching one of the Corsairs, so there's only 3 Corsairs active right now, and I'm not sure if 3 can actually beat this many Mutas, but it might not be worth it for the Zerg. I don't know.
Yeah, this is going really well for Kame. I just realized I was like, yeah, we saw this earlier. I was trying to remember. It's a completely different game that I watched this morning, but it was exactly the same situation where, oh, we missed the storm too.
Oh, that's rough. The Corsair dies, the Templar dies. I think this game might be over.
This game's just over, yeah. The Muta swap
cannons can't even defend it, the mineral line.
Wow, this is painful. Losing so many probes. I mean, we're going to chase off the Mutas eventually, but how much damage are we going to take in the meantime, right? Going to jump on top of this Corsair to try and finish it off. Does get it, still has 4 Mutas left over. Continues killing probes. Kame up 15 supply now as the Zerg player, probably making a ton of Hydras back at home. No, we're making more Mutas because...
I'm telling you, the Mutas! It's the Mutas!
Because I never know what Kame is doing,
It's not. You're thinking too much like Worst, and you need to think more like Kame.
I guess so.
Right? Like, what? What, you think we're gonna go Hydra after this? Nah. We go all in on the Mutas.
All right, we're gonna pounce on top of these Templar and kill them off. And I mean, this is great killer instinct too from Kame. Gonna catch this Corsair as well, coming back to defend. We're at least getting cannons up to stay alive, but I mean, how much damage are we taking though? We have no Templar. We're going for a bit of a counterattack on the other side at least. Kind of a desperation counterattack, but I mean, there's multiple Sunkens here. There's units in here. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, I mean, it is forcing the Mutas to come home. That's not nothing, but yeah, the position is simply too strong for Zerg. And the second the Mutas get back here, it's basically unattackable, unassailable. Protoss really is starting to run out of options here. The only thing he can really hope for is to catch the Mutas and just kill them all.
Yeah, all these Zealots gonna get cleaned up, and GG just gonna go and be called. Kame gonna go 2-0 here in the winners match or the decider match, and move on with Tarson. Kame's he continues, man. Continues through the tournament. Good for him.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I wanted. I wanted to see Kame succeed. He is we've been watching him from the very start.
Yeah, really well played from Kame. Yeah, he really changed his style up there in that last game in a way that completely caught Worst off guard. You could tell Worst was trying to make an adaptation based on the first game, and then Kame swapped it up on him, caught him off guard. Really well played. Nice work.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you want to play too. This is he knows his tournament play styles. Like I don't know, he just knows what he's doing. I feel like he's actually probably, I wouldn't say favored, but I would not be surprised if he makes it past the next round as well.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of monsters in the next round, so he can continue to show us what he's got. He's already taken down a lot of really strong players so far, so apparently I just live under a rock. I don't know. Kame must be S rank, right? I feel like he has to be S rank. He's really showing us like really strong, consistent gameplay throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, one new Ocean in the chat does say that Kame is a solid S rank Zerg.
Okay.
And I mean, I guess we can find out because we are going to go into a player interview. Welcome, Kame. How do you feel moving on to the next round?
Well, I don't know how I feel because I was very unhappy with that first game that I played versus Tarson.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, like all I had to do was to block the vultures, like
Mhm.
build a Sim City. Like I already had a hatchery there, so all I needed was like a den and a chamber, and like I was set. But just like one stupid mistake cost me the whole game. So that was a little unfortunate.
yeah,
think.
that was really unfortunate. He killed like your entire mineral line off of that as well. So I guess we didn't really get to see you truly play like a game like against Tarson. But
Yeah.
do you think that okay, so I noticed that in a lot of ZVTs you play, you only get like 3 mutas to start, right? And I sort of thought that, oh, okay, well, if Tarson knows you only get 3 mutas, can he actually just like go for a 4 vulture run by and you don't actually have enough units to deal with it in time?
Yeah, that game, what happened was I saw that he was going mech because his barracks wasn't blinking, he wasn't making marines.
Mhm.
So I canceled the second gas and I went for 2 additional hatcheries and then the second gas. And so I was planning to go up to 7 mutas, just so you can one shot as SCV with 7 mutas.
Right.
Yeah.
And like I didn't think about the possibility of like a speed vulture, because Terran can either go Goliaths straight up, or like he can try to backstab you with speed vultures. And in that case, you had to make a Sim City. But like I don't know, I'm totally stupid. I didn't make one.
It
All
could
right,
just
so I
be the
wanted
tournament nerves. Yeah. You
I
go.
wanted to ask Kame.
Yeah.
So first of all, it's pretty indicative of your mentality as a player that you just won, you just qualified, and the only thing you're thinking is, man, I hate that I lost that first game to Tarson. So that
I don't know why, but I shouldn't have lost it. I lost it too easily. That's why maybe.
yeah, I understand for sure. What I wanted to ask you about, so this +1 Carapace Lurker build, okay, I've never seen this before. Where did you get this from? Because this build seems insanely strong now that I've seen it a couple times.
Well, basically, what that build is for, I usually go that build because, like, I don't want to deal with the mutas because mutas are very micro intensive. And but what that build is supposed to counter is cross spawn 5 racks. You know, when you go the fast +1.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's what that build is for. Like it's a toll, not a toll counter, but like it's very good against 5 racks cross spawn. But usually I just go that build because why not? I don't want to deal with the muta.
oh,
But
that's
that,
interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
originally that's what that build is for. It's for like 5 racks +1
Okay.
fast 5 racks.
And did you come up with this build or did you get it from somewhere?
No, no, it's not my build. You know whose build
Okay.
it is?
No, who is it?
Talk.
It's that pro gamer, that Zerg pro game. What's his name? Yuck. It's his build, not mine.
Who?
Yuck.
Oh,
Yuck.
Hyuk.
It's
Yeah,
a
you guys
Yuck
know him?
build.
Yeah, Yuck. It's his build.
I'm a Hyuk fan. That's pretty cool then.
Yeah,
Boy, I
he's
actually have questions about this build. So why exactly does it counter 5 racks? Because we were talking about, oh, like maybe 5 racks would be good against this build because, like, I don't know if you have enough lurkers in time to defend it when the push actually comes.
uh, like in contrast to Barracks Academy, when you push out early,
Mhm.
the Terran does not push out early. Like he has to mass up. He has
Yeah,
the
it's
going fast engineering bay,
yeah,
and
it's the slowest
yeah,
push.
yeah. So you basically have the time to get the lurkers out, and you got a +1 too. So you got like you're matching his upgrades,
Hmm.
and you get a third base as well pretty easily.
Yeah.
So you can
Yeah.
macro off that pretty like comfortably, like on 3 base. You get 3 base like right into the game basically. As soon
Yeah.
as you
Yeah.
get your lurkers out, you can take your
Okay.
3.
And in that game, we also saw Nesh do a follow up with tanks. I feel like that should be good against this build as well because if you don't have like defilers up by the time the tanks get there, like I think like I don't know, it just seemed really dicey until like you move forward with the lurkers, and I think in that like instance, Nesh just like didn't move back fast enough. But like I feel like if he actually pulled back, that fight might not have gone your way.
Yeah, I was quite surprised when I saw his fast tanks. I'm like, does he already have tanks? Uh, so if he kind of like massed up a few numbers, like 4 or 5 tanks, it might have been difficult for me. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, but basically, when the Terran masses up tanks with that build, which this build is also good for, when you do get that engagement, you don't have swarm, but what you do have is plus armor and
Yep.
adrenaline upgrade. So you might have a shot at it. Like it's not terrible.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it did end up working out for you, so yeah, I
Yeah.
can't say too many bad things about this build. It looks really good. Looks really strong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's cool. I liked it.
it's a pretty old build though. I'd say like maybe 2017, 16. That's maybe why you don't see it so much. I'm
Wow.
basically the only one who does it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone else do it apart from like I don't know when I ladder, but I ladder at a much lower level, and I think people just go lurker because they don't know how to micro muta.
Yeah, well, that's the comfortable thing about it. You don't have to like worry about the mutas because mutas you have to like constantly pay attention to. And like one misclick, you can lose a bunch of mutas, and basically that's the game over.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah, anytime you have to micro unit, right? That's the reason I literally quit Protoss because I didn't want to micro Reavers, so I can understand going lurkers instead. All right, I wanted to ask you too, are you surprised that you took down Worst 2-0 kind of easily?
Well, the first game, I was kind of expecting him to push me like much sooner.
Hmm.
So I was like, am I gonna be able to hold this push or not? But he did it much later. I don't know why. But the second game, when I went with my Scourges into his main,
Yep.
I basically saw he didn't make any Corsairs. Like his Stargate wasn't blinking, so I
Yeah.
just canceled like the Hydra speed and went for Mutas straight up. And he didn't have enough cannons in his main, so I think that's why I was able to take the lead so fast early on.
Yeah, completely caught him off guard. I think he was trying to cut some corners because, that first game he didn't really have enough to punish you. You kind of got to do what you wanted. So I think he was trying to cut some corners and you caught him completely off guard by doing this sudden muta swap. So it was a very smart adjustment from you for sure.
Yeah. So what I didn't also see was +1. So usually
Hmm.
Protoss they can like make +1 air, and they don't mask. They don't still like mask. They just make 3 cores.
Yep.
And if he had maybe done that, maybe it would have been better. I don't know.
All right. Well,
Like
I have
to
no more questions.
What did you think about Nesh's first game where he went
Mm.
2 factory?
Oh, I was totally expecting 2 starport. But
Yeah.
then I saw like 4 Marines, and I'm like, is he going medic Marine on one base? Is he trying to bust me? But like, yeah, I was totally unprepared for that, so he caught me off guard. Like he came
Yeah,
with,
I've never seen that build. Like 2 factory is like TVP, right? I was just like, what? We're gonna tank push a Zerg like off of one base? I didn't even know you could do that.
he killed me with like a Protoss build.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good
But
stuff.
I don't even know how to deal with that build, to be honest. Like, what do? Do you mass links? Do you keep making Hydras? Do you try to stall for
Yeah, I
mute?
think part of the my theory is that maybe part of the build is like making you think he's doing 1-1-1 or what's it like 2 port wraith. So
Yeah,
it just like perfectly counters that.
Yeah.
yeah. So as I said, like it totally caught me off guard. Like I was expecting 2 port, so I just went for the like a fast Hydra then,
Yeah.
and then he like I also pulled back the Overlords. If you guys noticed, because I
Mm.
didn't want to lose them to raids. But
Hmm.
thinking back, maybe I should have kept an Overlord there because I could have seen the tank come out and like I could have reacted faster.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it's easy to say, but in the game, like I was even observing, and I thought for sure we were going 1-1-1 or something like that. So when I saw the second factory come down, I think he did it because he saw that you went 3 hatch before gas, right? I think that's why he went for that specifically.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that. It was very tough.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you either. I was watching. I was like, I don't know
Yeah,
how
I mean,
Vince
I
got
was also
this.
like, what? Yeah, we were also we were also dumbfounded a bit by that build. I
Like
don't think any of us have seen it.
first game I lost to like a vulture run by. The second game I lost to this cheese. I was like, am I going to lose to cheeses all day today?
Oh, that's actually a rough start. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you started off with like 2 losses right away, and they weren't like good losses either. They were just like, oh, you died.
Yeah, they basically both builds basically caught me off guard.
Well, I'm glad
Alright.
you pulled through in the end. Shows some pretty good mentality. Um, do you okay, wait. Aaron, do you want to ask any questions?
Sure. I got one. Quick question for you. So, round of 16, right? Obviously, you made it in. Congrats. But we
Thanks.
have DeWalt, Striker, Julian, and Zero waiting for you. Whose group do you want to be in, and whose group do you definitely not want to be in?
Well, 'Cause, like, I said, like, it totally caught me off guard. Like, I was expecting 2 port. So I just went for the like a fast Hydra then. And then well, I think I'd be most comfortable with a Zerg versus Zerg actually, because I'm not really that good in those long macro games. Maybe I can get lucky in a Zerg versus Zerg. I don't know. I like striker. I think if I practice a lot, I think we're like ZDZ wise on the same level. But like DeWalt and them, they're crazy. I don't know if I can beat them. They're like um, if I end up in a group with like DeWalt or Bonnet, so only one person can advance from each group, right?
No, it'll be 2 people out of the round of 16 for each
Oh,
one.
so maybe I have a chance then.
Believe in yourself, man. You've been
Yeah,
playing really
'cause
well.
Yeah, but yeah, they are very tough opponents. They're very good. Like
that's true.
they have a lot of experience, and especially the Walt, especially versus Zerg, is very good.
Yeah, I think DeWalt and Zero actually are both very scary as a Zerg player.
Yeah,
Yeah,
DeWalt or Zero is a bit of a ZVZ sniper as
yeah.
well.
Zero is looking very sharp lately.
All right.
I saw him take down Striker
Yeah.
in the Chicago land. That
Yeah, he played really well in.
was pretty good. Yeah.
All right, that's about all we got for you. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you
And
guys.
GG's.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
GG's,
Congratulations.
man.
Thank you. Bye bye.
We will be watching your progression through the tournament with interest.
I'll try to do my best. Thank you guys. Bye bye.
All right, that was our winners interview. And with that, we will now be wrapping up today's tournament. Yeah. By the way, guys, one last thing before you go. IPSL would not be possible without the support of you guys. So if you want to go and support us, you can type exclamation mark. What do you type?
Support.
Exclamation mark. Support. Oh, okay. It is just okay. All right. I was right. Exclamation mark support. You can type exclamation mark support in the chat, and it'll bring up a link to the website where you can choose to donate. Of course, donating $10 or more will grant you access to all of the replays in the tournament. So if you ever want to study that weird Nesh build or the way that Kame plays off meta, like kind of more in detail, you can do so after a simple $10 donation, and you'll be supporting us as well as the foreign Brood War scene in general. Also, we're here again tomorrow. If you guys are here on Sunday, don't forget to tune in once again. We have a super hype bracket involving the one, the only, our favorite Angry Terran streamer, Artosis.
Yeah, Artosis and Zeke. Zeke especially. I mean, Zeke is on fire lately. He is really hitting the grind, and that guy is scary. Every time I look at his stream, he's like well over 2,400 MMR. So he is very, very strong right now.
Yeah,
Artosis, of course, a fan favorite, whether it be to watch him win or watch him lose.
yeah, I can imagine Zeke definitely is like a contender for favorite in the tournament. That's for sure. So yeah, keep your eyes out for tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be the same time as today. I think it's 2 hours later than our start time today, right? Yeah. So
Okay.
be on the lookout. We are going to be back again, and it's also going to be me casting. And Ozzy, are you also casting tomorrow?
I believe that I am. So we got more duo casting for you guys tomorrow between me and Risa.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Keep an eye out for our Twitch stream.
And a lot of Terrans. So
Yeah, if
stuff.
you like TVT, like I do, come in for some Ted v Ted.
All right. All right, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up for us here today. I hope you guys enjoyed the games. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Don't forget, those replays are available if you want to go check those out. And yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm actually pretty happy with those results. Obviously, a big Worst fan, but can't lie, I'm actually pretty impressed with Kame, so I don't mind seeing him continue as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. See you guys. Thanks for watching. We love you all.
All
We'll
right,
see you on
good.
we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.